swimming. How many official strokes or styles are there? And we're going to go to our first caller in, and it is Josh. Hey, Josh, good morning. Oh, wow. That is a hearty yoo-hoo, Josh. Congratulations. All right, so how many official strokes in Olympic swimming are there?
4.
Yeah, great. All right, Kathy, name the 4.
Freestyle, breaststroke, backstroke, butterfly.
Those are it. Yep. Wow. Casey knew the answer as well. Josh, we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets. Catch WWE's biggest superstars during WWE Extreme Rules at the Wells Fargo Center on Saturday, October 8th. And tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. We're going to start with sad news. Rapper Coolio died yesterday in Los Angeles. He was 59 years old. Yeah, it came out of nowhere. The Grammy winner was found dead while he was in the bathroom at a friend's house. Police said that there were no signs of foul play or drugs or anything like that. I mean, they're obviously going to do an autopsy, but
they preliminarily are suggesting it was a heart attack.
Yeah, so the rapper, whose legal name is Artis Levon Ivy Jr., was visiting a friend late Wednesday afternoon, went to the bathroom after staying inside for an extended period. The friend went inside and found him on the floor. The friend reportedly called EMTs, who arrived and pronounced the musician dead on the scene from what they suspected was a cardiac arrest. An official cause of death has not been stated as of yet.
We've got to have Gangsta's Paradise in there, don't we?
Can you believe we don't have any? We don't have any Coolio.
What?
Wow.
None.
I thought you've played it before.
I thought so, too.
Well, we played Amish Paradise. We have that crap. I'm not going to play that.
Not when Coolio passed away, no.
No.
But Gangsta's Paradise, and you know what song I always dug is Fantastic Voyage.
Yeah, that we got that.
Slide, slippity slide. Yeah, this is a tune. I actually...
And he feels that helped him avoid a lot of the pitfalls.
Okay. Los Angeles area native, of course, 1995. He won a Grammy for Gangsta's Paradise, which topped the U.S. charts that year and remains one of the best-selling singles of all time.
And he did have an issue with Weird Al and using the song for Amish Paradise.
He got over it.
Eventually, but he was reticent.
But that is just, that's sad news.
I sent this over to you, Preston. Steve, he was specifically asked about that a few years later, and he completely apologized. He was like, I was in the wrong. I was being cocky. And he was like, you know, somebody should have told me that I was being kind of an idiot.
Right.
He gained a much healthier perspective about his quote-unquote beef with Weird Al. And he's like, Weird Al was, you know, sampling Michael Jackson, some of the greatest people of all time.
Exactly.
He's like, I shouldn't have taken it seriously. So it was really cool to see him come around on it.
Let me read this verbatim, Nick. He said, you know, somebody asked if he was still had beef with Weird Al. He goes, F no, man. I let that go so long ago. Let me say this. I apologize to Weird Al a long time ago, and I was wrong. Y'all remember that. Everybody out there who reads this, real men and real people should be able to admit when they are wrong, and I was wrong. He said, come on, who the F am I, man? He did parodies of Michael Jackson. He did parodies of all kinds of people, and I took offense to it because I was being cocky and being stupid, and I was wrong, and I should have embraced that and went with it. And I listened to it a couple of years after that, and it's actually funny as S. It's one of those things where I made a wrong call and nobody stopped me. That's one thing I'm still upset about, my management at the time. Somebody should have stopped me from making the statement because it was dumb, and I think it hurt me a little bit, and it made me seem stupid. Man.
If you claim you've never made a mistake in your life, you're lying.
Yeah, that's sad news, man. Coolio. So
very much so.
We'll find out more about that as the story develops. This was unfortunate news, too. Katie Couric announced Wednesday she's been undergoing treatment for breast cancer. Couric, who is 65, began her most recent Instagram post by sharing a startling statistic that every 2 minutes a woman is diagnosed with the disease in the United States. And then she wrote, on June 21st, I became one of them. As we approach Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I wanted to share my personal story with you all and encourage you to get screened and understand that you may fall into a category of women who needs more than a mammogram.
I know so many women, women close to me and friends who have had breast cancer, and I'm happy to say post-treatment, they're all doing very well. But it's, it is startling.
She was talking about when she found out, she said, I felt sick and the room started to spin. I was in the middle of an open office, so I walked to a corner and spoke quietly, my mouth unable to keep up with the questions swirling in my head. She said her thoughts immediately went to other family members who had battled the disease, including her late husband, Jay Monahan, who died from colon cancer in 1998. He was only 41 years old. She said, my mood quickly shifted from disbelief to resignation given my family's history of cancer. Why would I be spared? My reaction went from why me to why not me. After coming up with a plan with her doctor, she underwent surgery on July 14th, began radiation on September 7th. Her last session was on Tuesday, she wrote, and she said she wanted to share her journey to encourage other women to keep up their exams. And then she said this, and this is important. She said, please get your annual mammogram. I was 6 months late this time, and I shudder to think what might have happened if I had put it off longer. But just as importantly, please find out if you need additional screening. So that's an important message that she's passing along about this. Tom Hanks is going to publish his debut novel. It's called The Making of Another Motion Picture Masterpiece, and it'll come out May 9th of next year. The novel, as its title suggests, will center around something Hanks obviously knows a lot about, and that's making a movie. The plot, as it's laid out on the website of publisher Penguin Random House, will span 80 years. It will be split into 3 sections, starting in 1947 when a soldier returns from World War II and has a brief but memorable encounter with his young nephew and then disappears. Part 2 picks up with the nephew in 1970 San Francisco, where he's making underground comic books. After reconnecting with his long-lost uncle, the nephew recalls a superhero comic he read when he was a kid and creates a new version of it based on his uncle's experience in World War II. Smash cut to the present. A blockbuster director finds the comic, decides to adapt it, and the rest of the novel delves into the making of that motion picture masterpiece. So it takes it all the way from the very, very beginning of an idea for a movie.
Sounds interesting. I wonder if he himself, and if comic books figure into this novel, if he himself is actually a fan, and does he have any designs on entering either the DC or Marvel universe?
Well, I don't know about that, but on top of writing the whole novel, Hanks also created 3 comic books central to the book's plot and interspersed them throughout the novel. He wrote the comics while storied comic artist Robert Couric had provided the illustrations. So it's deep enriched in comic book lore.
Interesting.
Hank said the source of a movie can go back as many years as are in history. A story turns on a single moment in the life of someone. Then all the anecdotes of the current day magnify that moment. Going back to 1947 makes sense, as would have starting in, say, 1559. Human yearning has proven to be timeless. He said, no one knows how a movie is made, though everyone thinks they do. I've made a ton of movies. And then he writes, and 4 of them are pretty good, I think. And I'm still amazed at how films come together from a flicker of an idea to the flickering image on screen. The whole process is a miracle. So it should be pretty cool.
It is magical in a way. Have you seen Elvis yet?
No.
So his performance, and I've watched it a number of times now, his performance as Colonel Tom Parker, this enigmatic character. It's actually kind of a masterful performance because this is a guy who's really reprehensible in so many ways, and yet you do periodically feel sympathy for this poor bastard, you know?
So Mackenzie Scott, one of the world's wealthiest and most powerful philanthropists in the world, has filed divorce from her husband. Scott, who amassed her fortune during her marriage to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, that ended in 2019, has filed the divorce petition in Washington's King County Superior Court.
And this guy is the local guy, right?
Yeah.
The teacher from this area.
Yep, she went on to marry.
That's what I was thinking, though. I was like, this poor guy's probably just trying to, like, go to school and be a teacher, and now he's like, his information is blasted all over the place.
So she and former science teacher Dan Jewett married in 2021 and have no children together. So they haven't been together very long.
Not long at all.
Scott and Jewett have already signed a separation contract that will determine how they'll divide their shared property, possessions, and debts.
You've got to imagine there's some sort of meticulous agreement, a prenup.
Yeah.
There's no way she would enter into a relationship and give it all away.
Jewett, who taught at the prestigious school where Scott's children with Jeff Bezos attended.
Jeffrey Bezos.
First revealed their marriage last year, writing online that in a stroke of happy coincidence, I married one of the most generous and kind people I know, and joining her in a commitment to pass on an enormous financial wealth to serve others.
He stinks!
Scott walked away from her marriage to Bezos with tens of billions of dollars. Like a billion.
Yeah, it's like a billion.
Except tens of.
And has pledged to give much of it away, promising to, quote, keep at it until the safe is empty. And since divorcing Bezos, she has given away more than $12 billion to charitable causes. Yeah. Including gifts to Planned Parenthood, Habitat for Humanity, and Ukraine relief organizations. That pace of giving was unheard of, and Scott skyrocketed to fame as one of the world's most generous philanthropists.
Has she ever heard of the Preston and Steve Fire Truck Fund?
I think we need to make her aware of that. No. She may have heard of the Preston and Steve Yacht Fund.
Yes.
Super Yacht. I'm sorry,
Fire
Super Yacht Fund.
With helicopter pad.
We're talking about billionaires.
Crazy money.
Prior to Wednesday's confirmation of the divorce filing, several media outlets pointed out that mentions of Jewett had disappeared from Scott's philanthropic websites.
Where'd he go?
And other public spaces, including from blogs they'd written together and her author biography on Amazon. I think it's an autobiography. They also noted that recent donation recipients had only thanked Scott and not both her and Jewett as they previously.
I mean, how did he and her even end up in the same?
One of our
sphere?
mixers.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I said it. Their kids had gone. Scott's children. Jewett, who taught at the prestigious school where Scott's children with Bezos attended.
That's what it was.
First revealed their marriage. So that's where their connection started. That's where they met. So
I wonder, so he's got to have to get something. Certainly he will not be hurting.
I'm sure.
Wait,
unless he
really?
did
What?
something really stupid.
Right.
Why would he? Why would he get anything?
And then that's a good question. Legally, you would assume that she would button up everything, but maybe there was this is a real quick turnaround.
That's what I mean. There had to have been
maybe something like
at
that.
least.
I don't know. We'll find out more as it progresses. But I did. I read a book on Bezos, and obviously his wife is part of the career as well. That's why they split it the way they did.
It's her money.
But I mean, you're talking off the charts money. It's incomprehensible.
Yeah, it's a good question, Kath. I don't know how prenups work, and if you enter into something that says absolutely, positively, we do not share anything together at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you'd have to be pretty firm on that. So I don't know.
Can you imagine giving away $5 billion and still having tens of billions of dollars left over?
Insane.
Like she could give him $1 billion and still be okay.
Well, actually, they were living off his teteacher's salary.
That's cool. Squirreling away everything she had for retirement. That's smart.
Yeah.
You bought a moped? We're not made of money.
All right, listen to this. Peacock TV's first trailer for I Love You, You Hate Me gives viewers a glimpse into the dark side of Barney and Friends.
Oh, okay. I saw the trailer for this.
Yeah, it was posted on Peacock's official YouTube channel. It introduces viewers to the sheer horror many members of the cast and crew of the beloved children's show had to endure.
I'm going to love this.
Barney?
Yeah. So it's directed by Tommy Avalone and produced by Trent Johnson and Scout Productions. The official synopsis for the upcoming limited series describes it as, quote, chronicling the rise and fall of Barney the dinosaur's furious backlash and what it says about the human need to hate.
Tommy Avalone, the guy who directed, is from here. He
is he?
Yeah, in fact,
Can we get him on?
Well, probably. I have his number. He was. Go ahead.
They're calling Barney the purple R. Kelly, Casey. That's horrible.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's the psychos. It's the crazy people.
Yes. Yeah.
That saw Barney as, because he had a message of inclusion and so on like that, as being the nut jobs coming out and threatening the cast members and writers and all that stuff. Barney became the target for unexpected amounts of fervent, often violent backlash, which had become the focus of I Love You, You Hate Me. Joel Chiotti, head of the documentaries and SVP of Strategic Development at Scott Productions, explained the film, saying it unpacks how a children's character who stood for inclusion, understanding, and kindness birthed the movement of anger and criticism that threatened the show, its creators, and their futures. He said this documentary traces the creation of the character and how it took a toll on the people closest to it, examining the surprising and lingering impact the big purple dinosaur left on American society.
Was Selena Gomez one of those kids?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, was somebody who's famous was one of the Barney kids. And for me, my issue was, at a point, it was over-saturation to a staggering degree. But the thing was beloved by children.
Children loved it.
Yeah.
And guess what? That's who it was made for.
Yeah.
So both 60-minute episodes of I Love You, You Hate Me premiere on Peacock on October 12th. So you will be...
I want to see that.
To see that. Me too. Yeah. Let's see. How about... All right, there's another purple creation. Deadline reports that a Disney film is in the works featuring Figment, the purple dragon who serves as the mascot of Epcot's Imagination Pavilion. So
Not familiar.
I don't know this character either. Been to Epcot. Casey, that's the only time I ever went. I didn't spend more than that half a day we were there.
Didn't you guys have dessert there?
Okay.
Yes,
Oh,
we did.
yeah. As a matter of fact, Figment is part of the electric light parade that they have there as well.
Okay. The film will be produced by Seth Rogen's Point Grey with Pokemon Detective Pikachu's Dan Hernandez and Benji Samit set to write it.
Is Figment, in fact, a figment of the imagination?
I'll bet you.
Yeah.
And hence the name. And then we'll do one more thing, and then we'll get to the clips. Lisa Kudrow will head the cast of Apple TV Plus's Time Bandits. And I know you love that movie.
I do,
Steve.
yeah.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the Friends star will join a whole group of people that have names I'm not familiar with. Charlene Yee, Todd Gee, Murphy Roger, Jean Nsiminga, something or the other. It's
either 15 people or one.
Kiera Thompson, Rune Tamete. Anyhow, it is Taika Waititi's series adaptation of the 1981 Terry Gilliam film, which that could lend itself to a series. There's a lot of material
a ton of stuff. I mean, they travel throughout time.
Yeah. So not sure when that's coming out or anything along those lines, but Lisa Kudrow is going to be
I don't know what she'd be in them.
leading that. So who knows? All right. I think we're ready for clips.
The readiest.
Are you ready for mystery clips?
Mystery clips.
All right.
You know how this is played.
Yep. So we'll play the clip. Anybody here in the studio knows who it is or wants to guess it, who is it? They raise their hand, and then we let that person
I'm going to
guess.
give $100 of my own personal money to caller one who, if anybody in this room gets it. And Preston, don't cheat
I won't
either,
look.
Preston.
Who gets the first one?
Yeah, who gets any of them?
Okay.
Who gets any of them?
Here we go.
I'm grateful that people are into me. That means that they're loyal. I try to take it with a grain of salt. I definitely never let it go to my head. And in fact, I don't love the personal life stuff. So I guess it comes with the territory. I do kind of hate when people are like, well, that's what you signed up for. It's not what I signed up for.
Me. Meryl Streep.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
no.
I mean, it sounds like a little
sounds
like Ryan Reynolds.
I'm hearing
It does,
Paul
yeah.
Rudd.
I heard Ryan Reynolds as well, Kath.
Case?
Marissa's actually got the whole, if you want to go to her in the other room,
All right,
she's got
Marissa,
the
who
whole
is it?
rundown.
Casey, you don't know who it is?
Well, I know their name, but I have no idea what their existence is all about.
Well, that was Skylar Austin, guys. He's in a show called So Help Me Todd. It's about a meticulous attorney, Margaret, who hires her scruffy son, Todd, as their infirm house investigator.
Yeah.
It's on tonight at 9 on CBS.
Great.
All right.
I'll have to remember to miss that.
All right,
Hey,
next.
she was in Pitch Perfect.
Okay.
Who did he play? Does it say?
I don't know. I'll find
Jesse.
it.
All right.
Oh, Jesse, of course.
All right.
Oh, I know him. Okay.
We'll play the next clip here.
Wait, I'm not ready. All right. Still not ready.
He's the main.
He's the main guy.
male lead.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
Okay. All right. Here's the next clip.
It's crazy because I personally have never worked on set with someone who who does similar things to me. I always feel like I'm crazy on set, and then I look over and like Mayim's doing it times 10, and I'm like, oh, I'm good.
I like big balls.
I have no idea.
No?
No.
Sounds like the girl from Parks and Rec a little bit.
Sounds like the girl doing the commercials for Xfinity.
I guess it sounds like I get to keep my $100 in my wallet.
All right, Marissa.
Technically, I can have it because I know who it is. That's Kyla Pratt. She's in Call Me Kat, about a woman who constantly has to prove to society and her mother that she's happy being single, and it's back for season 3.
All right.
It premieres tonight at 9:30 on Fox.
Oh, man.
She was in Dr. Dolittle.
That was bad.
All right. There you go. That's the entertainment report for today. All right, let's take a break because we got stuff to do and people to chat with and money to give away. Oh, and by the way, Casey's got an appearance tonight.
Hey!
Thursday night. It's the Bud Light Thursday
Everyone's
night
psyched about this.
kickoff. And Casey is going to be at Saloon 151 Whiskey Bar and Grill in Westchester. It's 151 West Gay Street. And he'll be there. What time are you going to be there?
7 to 9 tonight.
All right, and you're going to have a chance for people to win tickets for the Eagles and Cowboys game.
Yep, and I also have an autographed Dallas Goddard Eagles helmet to give away as well.
All right, it's courtesy of Bud Light. Stop by and see Casey tonight, Saloon 151 Whiskey Bar and Grill in Westchester. We will be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Charlize Theron and Tom Hardy, while making Mad Max Fury Road, is no secret, but
It is.
Did it actually help the film?
I didn't even know this.
According to director George Miller, their less than friendly dynamic played well on screen for their characters. He recently told WSJ Magazine, "I'm not saying that they were seething right through, but the trajectory of the characters can't help but seep into their work. When they first meet each other, they're trying to kill each other. As the two characters come together out of necessity and rather reluctantly, they have to find a degree of trust."
Have you seen it yet?
To some extent, that was the trajectory of their relationship as well. I watched like the first 20 minutes of it, and it wasn't doing anything for me, so I bailed on it.
I mean, it's one extended, race, basically, chase that goes on throughout the whole movie. I think, if anything, if I were Tom Hardy, I'd probably be upset that it's called Mad Max, yet her character, Furiosa, is the main focus of the movie.
Yeah. Charlize explained, "From what I hear, he's not like that in every movie or on every movie. I hear he's had such good experiences. Maybe
just some of the movies.
The movie is what it is because we struggled so much with each other.
Why is this movie called Mad Max when you're in it much more than I am?
And those characters had to struggle so much with each other. If we were chum-chum...
If we were chum-chum, things would be num-num. Let's go see Gum Gum this weekend."
She said, if, where was it? Oh, yeah, Chum Chum. If we were Chum Chum...
Wasn't that the monkey on Speed Racer?
That was Chim Chim.
Oh.
And Spritle. If we were Chum Chum, maybe the movie...
Chum Chum.
Would have been 10 times worse.
I don't know. It certainly wasn't hurting for accolades.
Nah, it did great. I guess I wasn't in like an action movie mood when I started
And you
watching
better
it.
be, because it's 2 hours of action.
You know what, Press? And because the texture of all the other movies I didn't care for, so I've never seen all the other movies.
Oh, yeah?
None of them.
Watch The Road Warrior.
I've never seen any of them. I just...
See, I pegged you for a Thunderdome kind of guy.
Maybe I should go back and watch it.
That's the worst
That's
of the lot.
worst one, yeah.
But I just thought Casey would like that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, that
Tina Turner.
Well, it also came out at a time I was young and dumb.
Yeah, and full of gum.
I knew that was coming. Full
Young,
of gum.
dumb, and full of gum.
Chum Chum. Chum
My
Chum.
chum chum. I love them.
Where's my chum-chum? My favorite bubble gum. It'll figure prominently into the New World Order. Everyone, kids in the car, we're going to visit Gum Gum.
Gum Gum is a grandmother, right?
Yeah, it's my mom.
Bane years down the road, living in the suburbs.
Time to go to Shady Hills to visit Gum Gum. Put on your best. We'll get ice cream on the way home.
So I noticed over the week that, obviously things... Oh, yeah, I'm a noticer. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize that. Yes, I did notice this.
Preston Elliott, the noticer.
Is that obviously some of the plants are starting to bloom, the trees are starting to bud and so forth. And I My migraine headaches that I get, I think, are sinus based, and
Are they
not
exacerbated by
not
this?
only me, but several other people on the same days were complaining about headaches and sinus pressure and stuff like that. So I think that whole thing is starting. But and I posted this on Twitter and Instagram that and I didn't call them this, but the what we call the semen trees.
Yes, you probably called them something beginning with C.
J, actually.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
So, but anyhow,
Not jazz.
not jazz.
Oh, right.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't say that word?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we probably could.
All right.
If you say it in a sexual, it's all over my face way.
Right, exactly, which I didn't. But anyhow,
Wow, that took a turn.
so the trees are blooming. Of course, you can smell them. They smell like
Yes, they do.
that
Fresh
fluid.
love making.
Well, I mean, it's spring, and springtime flowers bloom.
They do.
With an air of mystery.
Yes.
So anyhow, it got me thinking about these trees. They're the Bradford pear trees, are what they are.
Is that so? Do they actually yield edible pears?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They're just called Bradford pear. I think they have a shape. The way they grow. That's what I think the
Got a
name
lot of
comes from.
spunk to them, you know.
Yes, they have a lot of spunk to them. But anyhow, my wife, while we were talking about this, my wife found an article, and this is out of Missouri, actually, but I'm curious if this is the case around the country. But according to this particular group of people, that they are becoming, the Bradford pears, destructive to our ecosystem.
Oh, no.
So they perpetuate well?
According to this particular person with the Missouri Department of Conservation, it said when the seed develops in a new tree, it's not the same as the parent. It's the old wild type, and unfortunately, that wild type is a very thorny, aggressive, invasive plant.
Okay.
Aside from their smell, the non-native tree poses a risk to the environment, impacting ecosystems.
So the tree shoots the seed all over the place?
Yes, it blows its wad all over the place.
Sometimes on plants that aren't even, it just met.
Yeah. But God, the smell is strong.
Oh my gosh, I was just at the Metroplex yesterday in Plymouth meeting, and they're all over the parking lot, and it just the entire parking lot smells like that.
Brought you back to college.
Wow. Yeah, I'm so hungry. I would say this. After being around our variation of it, we've all anyone who's engaged in love making has been close to that odor. It's when you have it amplified many thousands of times, it's not that pleasant.
It's like gallons.
Yes.
It's
Peter North.
That's what I wrote in my Twitter post. I'm like, it's like Peter North blew through town.
It's too much.
Gives me a headache.
Does it give you a headache?
Either way, it gives me a headache.
Right. The real thing or the one that occurs in nature.
Got to get the procedure I had.
But they're blooming. We have a couple of them in my yard, and you walk in the backyard, and it's like, boom, you were hit by that smell. So
there should be right over your face. It's just like explodes in your face.
Yeah.
The truth is, there should be another plant, another tree that could envelop that tree.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Like a rubber tree.
Like a rubber tree or
a vagina tree.
A vagina tree.
Oh,
is what he's saying.
Like a pussy willow or something like that.
Like a pussy willow wrapped around.
Yeah.
Or
pear tree.
Or the Bartlett. What is it? What is the pear tree again?
It's the Bradford pear tree.
Bradford pear tree. Bartlett pear. Bradford pear tree goes inside the pussy willow.
I like that.
And then suppresses the smell.
Well,
mind you, the pussy willow has its own issues.
Yes, of course.
Its own odor.
Yeah.
I'm sure botanists could do that. They do it with fruit trees, right? Don't they combine fruit trees?
Yeah.
You call it, what is it?
Splicing.
Splicing, yes.
Yeah, they probably could do that.
But they're up all over the place, and they're in full bloom, and they are absolutely stinking up the area.
Question about the pussy willow: is that the same thing as a weeping willow?
No.
Weeping willows
close.
Not even close.
are beautiful. Actually, there was a weeping willow. When they are huge,
They're really big.
they are perfect at state parks to crawl into and have sex with your girlfriend.
Nobody
Is that
can
right?
see you.
Someone told
You don't know what a
No, well,
you know what a
that's-
pussy willow looks like, right?
Yeah, they're fuzzy, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're little fuzzy nubs.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what they are. But a
By the
weeping
way,
willow
she's
is
dancing at Risque this weekend.
Fuzzy nose.
Yeah, she's partnering with pussy willow.
Kathy, I have a question for you.
Yes.
That time that you and Dennis had sex, how long did that last?
That one time?
Yeah.
What? Seriously?
No, there's a study about how the length of time. As far as the average sexual encounter.
I'm already chuckling.
And by
I'm already chuckling.
And by this, I mean the actual act, not the foreplay, not the fooling around.
From courting to convincing to getting it done.
No.
5 minutes.
No, not courting to convincing to getting it done.
Okay.
I'm talking about,
how long it actually lasts.
And literally that sound.
Yeah. From when it goes there to when you're done.
I think that it's going to be longer than what you guys expect.
Nah, it's 5.4 minutes.
There you go. I'm a king.
Of the actual act taking place, which seems about right.
Honestly, you start to
It feels
chafe,
a lot longer.
And it's annoying after a while.
What do you think the shortest you've ever gone is?
Oh, my God.
First
20
time.
seconds?
First time.
Yeah, first time.
Yep.
That's it?
Yeah, April.
And then comes the crying and the apology.
Yeah. Well, I mean, was it less than a minute?
I think the word sorry came out of my mouth.
I couldn't even finish the word sorry.
And I'm curious for women, how long is too long? You know what I mean? Or do women really care?
I was a receptacle all night long. Right. What, right?
But there is pleasure to be had.
I think after she's done, what's the point?
I was
Hurry
an
up.
opening for 3 hours straight. When everyone has gotten their cookies.
But some ladies get more than one cookie.
I like one cookie. Now get the F off me.
That's you?
Yeah. She doesn't even need the cookie.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
No, all right.
Marissa, do you eat a lot of cookies? Like stone nothing. We're getting nothing out of her, which means yes.
What about butt cookies?
One regular and one butt cookie.
Kathy, do you
At the same time.
Do you make your own cookies by any chance, Kathy?
What?
Do you if you draw
Stop it! I'm talking about.
I just motioned to her with my finger moving
so
quickly.
Stupid, I didn't even get it.
It went right over your head.
Yeah.
Make
Where's
your own
my own
cookies.
Where's that little Iron Man toy that vibrates? Hollywood creates the image of physical perfection. And it seems to be people like to go see that.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's just part of the deal. Listen, I don't want to go to the movies and see someone who looks like me. I want to see somebody who looks like what I'd like to be.
Help me lose 50 pounds in 5 weeks.
In 5 weeks?
Starting Monday, not now.
All right, wait a second. I'll tell you this. What if someone, and you talk to Dr. Mike, if someone could come forward and something you could do.
Yeah.
It would be not eat. I mean,
Well,
50 pounds
you would
in
go.
5
Here's what you do. You'd have to go on something akin to like what Gerard Butler did for the 300. You know?
Yeah.
So 2 almonds for breakfast, a bowl of steam for lunch.
A bowl of steam. It sounds yummy.
Right?
7 weeks from today, we'll be down the shore.
At Keenan's, right?
7 weeks is
All right.
7 weeks from today.
Can you give me an extra 2 weeks?
No.
So I can have 3 almonds for breakfast instead of 2?
You could do an Oprah Kirstie Alley reveal.
Case you can do it. You just have to be committed, and you cannot slip up, not even once. And
Come on.
that's the thing.
No one
I
can
love
do
this
that.
guy.
Yeah.
But I see him start these things, and then he sits down with 2 slices of pizza and French dressing or whatever.
Ranch.
Ranch dressing
No,
and
I
dips
don't.
it.
I don't. By the way, 2 slices of pizza, that's like 500 calories. That's not
Can you
that
pull the
bad for
text
you.
back up? There was one I was going to read real quick last second. It says, hey, I know this is, what does it say? I know a text isn't the way to do this, but you think you could give the nurses at the ER at Lansdale Abington Hospital a nice shout-out. They go through so much for strangers. Love them. So a little shout-out for those guys. And then a couple others. I'm going to try to rifle through
Let's
these.
do it.
And I've edited them down for content or for time or
Right,
whatever.
yeah.
It says, hey, Preston, special shout-out to my dad, Steve Warner, who has been organizing a team for the MS City to Shore ride, with the team raising $300,000 over the past 16 years.
That's great.
Love you guys. That's from Ryan Warner. So he's a sharp. It says, shout out to my boyfriend, Brian. This is from Margot, by the way. Margot Rogers says, as for shout out, can you tell him that we're all rooting for you, like you guys tell him, and me. And you got this. You are stronger than you think, one day at a time, and tell him I love him. And she says, editorialize as you will. You do it so well. Thank you so much. So
nice.
Margot Rogers.
Compliment.
That's for her boyfriend, Brian. Diehard fan. Hang in there,
So
Brian.
let's put some scripts together.
We love you.
All right. Write this
All
down.
right. This is, hey, Preston, my son Jared Cooper turns 30 September 29th. His only gift request is a shout out. Please help this mama out by giving him the only present that he asked of me. Loyal listener, and that is from Karen Cooper. So here you go. That's a good gift.
Yeah.
That's an easy gift.
Cheap.
And this one, I actually got a phone call.
What?
And I don't really take shout outs. Actually, I don't get phone calls anymore.
I have never used my phone.
But a voicemail was left from the father, and I think it's of Lo Hall. Is that her name? His daughter? I think that's what he said.
Lo Hall?
And her birthday was on the 26th. So here's a shout out. And then I've never received this, all right?
Okay.
This is from Greg Gonzalez. And he says, longtime listener from California here. If you could call a mock out, that would be a treat. He said, I play the show for the boys on site when working on heavy equipment, and it tickles my ears in many ways, especially when off in the distance I hear a hearty, yeah. Love the show, sincerely, and he signed it Mike Hunt.
That's his name.
Greg Gonzalez. So, mock.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your mock out, buddy. All right. Today, ladies and gentlemen, if you did not know it, is National Coffee Day.
Yeah. Hey.
Also called International Coffee Day or Free Coffee Day.
Well, make up your mind.
September 29th. And I love the descriptions when you get the official releases for these national days. So it says, Coffee Day is not just a day to celebrate one of the world's most popular beverages. It's also a time to enjoy free coffee. And you can also try a new recipe.
Ooh, a new coffee recipe.
Yeah. So listen, then I saw the lists of coffee deals going on. It's extensive. I'm not going to go through it.
So if you go to a place, inquire.
Yeah, wherever you get your coffee.
And
ask
then if you can, go on the register, right?
If there's a special deal, they have it. And a lot of times it's signing up for their rewards programs.
That's what it is now more than ever. You got to get the app and they'll give you something. But there's still, some places have a, you walk in and you get a small coffee or whatever.
Yep. So what is National Coffee Day?
Do tell.
My God,
National Coffee Day is a day to celebrate the world's
My
most...
dearest wife, I fear I will not be with you this National Coffee Day, for I am fighting a battle at Gettysburg.
So the National Coffee Day...
Play
I'm
Coolio.
looking for
Where's our
it.
music? There we go.
My dearest wife,
I'm not bitching at you, dude.
Sounded like it.
I'm witnessing a battle right now
Yeah.
between the producer of the Preston and Steve show and his host. My heart aches for both of them, for I know there's love between them both, but he didn't hit the button in time.
He reacted physically when I go, where's our music? He's like...
It's coming. It's
All right.
coming.
It's
on.
coming?
It's playing right now.
I know. You got it. You got it. You done good. Thanks, buddy. So
Pound it out.
It's also a great opportunity to learn more about this energizing beverage.
That's why I woke up with an extra. I was whistling when I woke up. I knew I was going to learn more about coffee. One question I do have, and I don't know if you happen to have it in your list of info there.
Yeah.
How long has coffee drinking been a thing? How long? I assume it goes back a long time, right?
Yes, I remember. Oddly enough, the origin of coffee I remember from the movie The Bucket List, because Morgan Freeman's character was a trivia buff,
Right.
and one of the storylines in the movie is about Kopi Luwak,
Yes.
which is the world's most expensive coffee, and he explains that it started from. And I forgot where he said it came from, but they would...
Shawshank Prison.
They had burned these coffee beans. They didn't know what they were, and it gave off a pleasant aroma, and they decided to make it into a stew. And they were intrigued by the fact that I think goats were eating these things, and it gave them tons of energy. And so they burned these, and they smelled it. It smelled nice. They decided to make it into a stew, and then they taste it. I personally, coffee has been such an acquired taste for me that I have a hard time wrapping my mind around the fact that the first person who boiled that stuff and drank it went,
Yeah.
that's really yummy.
Well,
coffee to me is not necessarily I drink black coffee here.
Yeah.
In my first cup of coffee, I have it sweetened. It needs cream and sugar for me personally.
That's me. I don't drink it without.
Black coffee, to me, tastes kind of disgusting, but I've gotten used to the taste and I don't mind it now. But I don't go, wow, a cup of black coffee would really hit the spot now.
Right.
It
Not me
needs
either.
more.
Yeah, but wouldn't
personally.
you say the same thing about bourbon?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
But it's also how it makes you feel.
But see, hold on. So I didn't have coffee for 2.5 weeks. I had my first cup on Tuesday or Wednesday. I think it was today Wednesday. No, today's Thursday. Whatever. I think it was Tuesday. When I sip it, I get happy.
Really?
And I was drinking tea.
You do black? Nothing?
Yes, not just black, but I was drinking tea and I did not get that feeling. Even after 2.5 weeks, I'm like, this sucks. I can't wait to go back to coffee.
Are you doing another elimination diet, Kat?
It's just cleansing my system. And
I do
life.
black coffee. If I do black coffee, I have to have sugar in it. So, but my drink of preference is tea. However, in the morning, coffee with milk and or the creamer and a little bit of sugar, and that's the only way to drink it.
But if you had sugar, it's technically not black coffee anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
black just means.
I always thought that the whitening aspect of the cream was the black.
I'd always taken it to mean nothing in it at all.
I'm pretty much. I would say I'm almost exclusively black coffee.
Okay.
I drink it.
No cream?
Yeah.
Not a fan.
I would say 85 to 90% of my coffee drinking is black.
All right.
Okay.
I do cream, no sugar. I thought that the Wawa person was being nice to me today, giving me a free cup of coffee.
Clearly.
And it turns
They
out
listen
it's
to the show.
International Coffee Day. And,
Right.
It's free that way. Preston, I heard you talking.
They must have recognized me.
I heard you talking yesterday or the day before about Irish coffee, and you dislike it, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So,
I mean that meaning with just whiskey put in it.
Yeah. Okay.
If you have Bailey's or something that's got a sweet flavor to it, I like it. But I've had it with just whiskey put in it. I'm like, oh.
Isn't Bailey's the traditional Irish coffee way?
No, it's just whiskey.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
that
sometimes
sounds horrible.
Whipped cream on top of that, Steve, regular whipped cream.
Okay.
But I like both. And Bailey's is you got to take Bailey's with just a little. You can't have too much Bailey's. It gets really sweet really fast. Yeah. But a little bit of Bailey's, on a Saturday or Sunday morning. Or, Tuesday.
Or in an alleyway with a couple other guys. One guy named Dutch and another guy named Skeeter.
Yeah. Skeeter's great.
Dutch and Skeeter.
And God, you so good, right? It's just a hint of sweetness.
It's an expensive habit you got there, Skeeter.
Oh, yeah. I had to give a lot of hand jobs.
Whatever.
Oh, come on.
But I love my coffee.
You earned it.
Yeah, you work it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yo, by the way,
whatever gets you through, right?
Dude, coffee out when we were traveling across the country. Because listen, I love Dunkin', but we couldn't stop at Dunkin' all the time because there just weren't as many
in some spots.
in Texas on.
Yeah.
But these places we stopped at, one place was called Love's, and I think we went to another place called Kate. Dude, coffee, and I had a giant Dunkin' mug. It was 24 ounces. It was 89 cents to fill that thing.
Oh,
really?
Seriously?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, you know what?
Yes.
One of my favorite things to do, and especially in Europe, I mean, our country as well, but to try different coffees, different coffee shops. If I see a coffee shop, I'm like, ooh, yay!
And you go back, right?
Let's not forget that before designer coffee shops came along, before Starbucks hit the market, coffee's 50 cents.
Yeah. You're right.
I mean, it was
You're right.
the cheapest thing on the menu. And then all of a sudden it became $5, $7, bucks for a cup of coffee. And you're like, whoa.
You're right. It was the cheapest thing. But again, now it has that different. The funny thing is that you will go into, so we're blessed here because Dunkin' is my favorite base coffee, like a regular cup of coffee. Dunkin' is by far my favorite. However, sometimes you go to Wawa where there's one price for all the different sizes. And I wonder how, is that the same with every place?
I don't know.
Because I just use the app when I go to Dunkin' and I'm not sure what I'm paying.
So if I'm at a restaurant and I'm ordering coffee at the end of the meal, I have to make sure, because when I worked in a restaurant, they would have two coffee things, one regular, one decaf, but they only made decaf. Because people would ask for decaf, and then they'd have to make that, and so they just figured, the people that made the coffee just figured it was easier.
So, Case, I heard that the restaurants did it, and maybe this is not the case, so that if someone was had a bad reaction to the caffeine or had some sort of issue, that they'd just be, both would be decaffeinated
It was
and that
more
would hedge their bets.
Yeah, it was just more so that they would just, they would put everything in a decaf or in a regular caffeinated thingy, and it was always decaf. It just made it easier.
Yeah, Steve, when I worked at the only restaurant I worked at one of 2 restaurants. Yes, the coffee was always decaf, and they would have 2 different pots to play it off like it was, but everything was decaf. And I think
was it for that reason that I said?
That's what some of the other servers told me.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
That's kind of why I like to do espresso at the end of a meal. I'm like, can't fake that one.
Yeah, that's
And Case, that's actually what I drink is espresso, not black coffee.
Can you make me one morning? Because you
have an espresso to go. I'll be in the bathroom adjusting my thumb.
So then, espresso you don't get very much. It's just a tiny bit.
Supercharged.
And that's all you do is just because a latte essentially is espresso with the milk.
With the milk, right?
And it gives it more volume.
About halfway through, you'll notice Kathy has a cigarette lighter under a spoon, and she's got coffee.
Totally. Oh, I will take every last drop in this little cup I have.
An Americano is espresso with just hot
water.
Hot water?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, Casey. I was going to say you should do Americanos. That's what I do. It's 2 shots of espresso, and then they top it off with hot water.
You ever have Greek coffee?
Yes.
Very.
I feel like I have.
I know.
My sister-in-law makes it at
Super
home.
concentrated,
Oh
yes.
my! And it's like frothy, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What is that? But you know what? Oddly enough,
it's pretty good.
I don't think that I've ever actually had a sip of it, but I've never sat down and had
prepared the right way. I think you'd like it if you like you're drinking espresso. I think you will.
Hey, Marissa, what's the name of that place in the Borgata? I think I've been there with you and Pierre. It's like in the middle of the casino floor. They have like this. I'm going to get it wrong, but it's like this Filipino coffee, or it's some Asian coffee with like a condensed milk. Is that ringing a bell with you at all?
Not one.
Is it?
I thought you and I went there after a show one time.
There's a chance, but there's probably a reason we went there.
You're probably right.
My sister, a couple of weeks ago, actually, it was probably about a month ago, and I've just been waiting for her to drop this off to me. She said she has an espresso maker with the milk frother and all that. Yeah. She's like, I never use it. She's like, it's in a bag. I'm like, okay, I'll take it. She has not given it to me yet, and I think about it all the time. And
we bought one, and we hardly ever use it.
Really?
Yeah, and it was like
same, Nick.
It was a few
when you
$100.
first get it, you use it like crazy,
for sure.
And then you're like, you know what? It always tastes better when other people make it.
You know what I drink a lot on the weekends is iced coffee.
Yes.
I buy that. I actually get it from Dunkin'.
By the way, and I think this, Preston, I don't know if you have any data on this. I think iced coffee is now either neck and neck or has surpassed regular coffee sales.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I find that hard to believe.
But you know what, Nick? With iced coffee, I can't drink that black. I have to put cream in the iced coffee.
Oh, really? No, I do that black as well.
We'd call that a frou-frou coffee at home, and I like getting those cold.
Yeah.
With cold and sweet.
Real quick, Casey, it's the Vietnamese coffee is what I was talking about. Condensed milk, and there's it's noodles of the world in the middle of the Borgata casino floor.
Is it good?
Best
Noodles of the world.
Best damn coffee I've ever had in my life.
My wife's old roommate Colleen, she swears that she invented iced coffee. She's like, whenever she would make it, and then she would put
penicillin.
She would put the coffee pot in the refrigerator. She never dumped it down the sink when it was done. And she's like, I swear, before anybody ever made iced coffee, I always had a pot of coffee in the fridge.
I mentioned this before. When I was a kid, a little kid, there was a product that I loved, and it was called Coffee Time, and it was coffee syrup, basically sweetened coffee syrup, the way you would use Bosco, for chocolate milk. And it was the same thing, and you would pour some milk in and mix it, and it'd be like having a cold, sweet coffee.
That sounds pretty good.
Coffee sort of indirectly helped me learn how to drive a car stick shift. Because when I would go to school with my older brother in the morning, it was a stick shift car, and he would let me shift the gears while he drank his coffee with 2 hands. He would
What'd
have
you do
his
with the other hand?
Yeah. I gave my brother a hand job. That's what I did, Steve.
I'm shifting both gears.
He was hanging out with Skeeter.
You know what? You're my favorite sibling.
Holy S.
Right?
What
He's
just happened to our show?
Being honest.
Does your mom tune in from time to time?
I hope she's in mass right now.
Oh, Case. I can't even count the handies I gave to my older brother.
Wow. Okay.
He was older, so it's not like...
Yeah, it wasn't like I was being taken advantage of.
I don't even know where to go with this. I'm going to go to a phone call. Hey, look over there. It's Chris on the phone.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, for the record, I can't wait to hear Casey's line down the future on that one.
Yeah, we're going to isolate that one. You want it cleaner than that?
What's up, Chris?
No, you guys are talking about coffee. One thing you guys should try is I actually put honey in my coffee.
Interesting.
I was using a lot of sugar, like a 5-pound bag,
for 1 cup?
6 months.
Okay.
So I switched up to honey instead. Organic, I guess, whatever.
Is honey, is it better for you than, say, refined sugar?
I would imagine.
Yeah, because
I can't tell you that answer. I'm going through so much sugar.
I'll tell you this, Chris. I will be more inclined to put honey in tea. And that's a great taste. For me, coffee might be a little different, but I've never tried it.
Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah.
Steve, I tell you what, you try it out first, and then you come back to me on that.
All right.
Thanks,
Here,
Chris.
Real
Appreciate
quick
it.
on honey, it says that it has a lower GI value than sugar. I don't know exactly what that means, but
gastrointestinal,
meaning that it doesn't raise your blood sugar levels as quickly, and it can also be sweeter, so you're using less than sugar.
Dr. Mike's here. He can probably tell us what that means.
Yeah, we'll get him in here in a second.
So here's another warning and whatever to anybody going off to get your coffee at a local barista, because my daughter, she is 16 years old, works at a coffee shop, okay? Don't complain to those kids about the price of the coffee. Like they have They have nothing to do with the pricing.
Behind the counter
Just shut up.
Nothing to do with the price of the coffee that you're buying from them.
I shouldn't be yelling at you. I've had a bad morning. I had to give my brother a handy.
He spilled his coffee as a result, and now here I am spending $7.
It's not enough I'm shifting for him. I'm also giving him a handy, but it's not your problem. I'm sorry to unload on you.
Casey, I know somebody who does that, and it bothers the hell out of me. Like, we'll give, and even it was like during COVID, like, we have to wear, giving them a hard time about wearing masks in there. I'm like, that kid is just following the damn rules so that they have a job. Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in retail, people who complain to the worker there, just back off.
Or just say, could you get me the president of the company?
I'd like the lodge.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Wow. Okay. Well, listen, it is International Coffee Day. Enjoy. Go get yourself some coffee. I want to go ahead and break now. Normally, we kind of keep going on, but Dr. Mike is here.
Yep.
We are going to get our flu shots, but also we don't get to talk to Dr. Mike in the studio that often, so I want to get him on before we get to the bizarre file, before we get to Yoo-Hoo Loot and all that stuff.
He takes care of a lot of famous people. We can ask what kind of maladies they have.
Yeah, exactly. Specifically who they are and the problems
they're dealing with. Yeah.
No, but we always have medical questions for Dr. Mike, and I'm sure he weighs in on coffee all the time, how you can't overdo the coffee.
Yeah.
Dr. Mike has 1 cup of coffee. He sips on it all day long just to keep that kind of steady little caffeine thing going, but he doesn't overdo it. So I do know that. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and yes, Yoo-Hoo Loot is on the way. 8 o'clock with your first chance to win $1,000. Hey, Dana Carvey's going to be on our program this morning. Charlie Manuel is going to be in our studio in a little while. We got a lot happening. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Who serves up the best burger in Philly?
If you're gonna be serious about it,
Hold
you
up.
can't do pizza for
Let
lunch.
me ask you a
You
question.
can't do pizza at all.
Yeah, you can't do pizza at all. Casey, do you need to lose 50 pounds? That seems excessive.
No, 50 pounds is good.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, 50 pounds will put me in a good spot.
I think that would put you in like anorexic state.
No, but Kathy, you look at Casey and you're not I don't think of you as like crazy overweight. I think you have weight you want to lose, and it's probably healthier. But I don't see you as crazy overweight.
But if somebody could commit to it for the next 7 weeks, I'm giving myself 2 extra weeks.
All right.
But if somebody could commit to it, can commit to me for 7 weeks.
What are they committing to you?
Well, that's the thing. And this is where we're at, Preston. It's all about preparation. The reason I have that pizza for lunch is because it's there.
All right.
Wait, I have a
Do you
suggestion.
realize they have salad down there?
Listen to
too?
Kathy.
Casey.
I use a reward system. I try to eat sensibly in the day, and in the evening, I save it for the end of the day. I have my reward, my little sweet treat, whatever it is, whatever your guilty pleasure is, you can have that, but only if you've been good for the day.
I shut it off after dinner. And I actually the weekend I relax.
Yeah,
I do too.
So during the week,
have my weekend.
I'm pretty austere, and on the weekend, that's when I have a little bit of latitude.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting? Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
Nick, that was a good suggestion.
Thanks. I love you.
Well,
my God.
At least cut back on the drinking cheese.
Okay. It's so good, though.
I don't know that my morning can get any better.
I don't think it can. Okay.
We
All right.
peaked and it's only 7 a.m.
Thank you for filling out the entertainment portion of the show. Please welcome to our show Jordan Peele and Method Man.
Thank you,
gentlemen. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. This is the new duo. We're gonna do Meth and Peele.
Oh, the new version. Yeah. I think that should work well.
Because Key and Red are doing their own thing. Yeah, Key and Red Man are out there, but I think we're doing a little bit better.
You think you guys have struck up a good chemistry?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Basically, I talk and sound like an idiot, and he mean mugs, and then the fans run away.
He just mean mugs. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, the movie is hilarious.
There you go.
The movie's Keanu, and it is a parody, I guess, of John Wick. Correct?
You know, it's funny. We wrote this movie before John Wick came out.
Really?
I kid you not. Yeah. No, when John Wick came out, and all of a sudden you have actual Keanu Reeves in an action plot where he's saving an animal, I was like, I'm done. We're done. This is either too good.
See the light of day, right?
Yeah, it's too good or too bad, right? But it worked out, and so yeah, if you're a John Wick fan, absolutely.
I absolutely am. Yeah, love the movie and love the concept.
All right, well, thank you.
It's howlingly hilarious to watch in what are John Woo level action sequences. A kitten running from in the center in the shootout. It's pretty wild.
He did all his own stunts.
Oh, the kitten. There was no kitten stuntmen.
No kitten stuntmen. Actually, there were about 6.
Yeah, about 6 guys. Well, they all had K names too. Katrina.
It's true. No, it's true.
Seriously.
So kittens tend to grow pretty quickly. Did you have an issue with the kitten at the beginning? Did you have to use this? Were you able to use the same kitten?
We had to trade out kittens in the middle of the movie.
Yeah.
But we had to do that with some of the extras as well.
Did you spend the most amount of time with the kitten?
Nah, they didn't give me too many scenes with the kitten. I was strictly there for intimidation, like now.
Okay. Because your character ends up taking the cat. I mean,
yeah, pretty much
in the movie. I didn't know if that was like your sidekick.
It's something about the cat, though. It's something that I don't know. It's like something about Mary, I guess. It gets like that when you deal with pussies.
Yeah.
Same sort of deal. Same sort of deal.
No, there's nothing better than seeing Method Man with a kitten. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, it's every time he's on screen, we're like, just can we get more of this shot?
Yeah.
Well, with
it's adorable.
A kitten and a do rag too was.
We got that kitten in the do rag.
Yeah, I felt that was a bit much. But,
well, we have to. If you have a kitten, you got to dress it right.
Yeah.
And
so what? Now the movie comes out, and I assume you're hard at work on your next project. It's weird because you'll do a movie, and then by the time you get to promote it, you're already well into something else. What are you on now?
Well, I just directed a horror film.
Oh,
straight horror film.
Yeah.
It's called Get Out. Thank you. My directorial debut. I'm very happy with it.
Big fan of the genre?
A big fan of the genre.
Oh, awesome.
I love horror. You can probably tell.
Straight ahead horror.
Straight horror. Okay. I'm sure you could tell a lot of Key and Peele sketches go very dark.
Yes, they do.
Very fast.
Yes.
So it's not a comedy. There's funny things in it. We got some.
Is it slasher horror?
It's not slasher horror. I can't tell you too much about it, but it is very scary.
You wrote it?
It's called I wrote it.
Oh, awesome.
And I'm editing it right now.
Get Out made me automatically think of Amityville Horror.
Yeah, a little reference there.
It made me think of Eddie Murphy, actually.
Me too.
Yep, the Eddie Murphy
Too
bit.
bad we can't stay, baby.
Well, it is a movie that is a horror movie that's geared
to the black horror audience.
Okay.
Who just doesn't want any,
get out.
Pick up the phone, man. No. Get out.
Yeah.
So it's an elevated horror film. It's not a comedy. I know it sounds like a comedy, but it should satisfy the audience member and all of us that just wants people to do smart things.
I love there's an element to a lot of horror movies where you are just, it kills it for me when they are so astoundingly stupid in their reactions.
It will ruin a movie.
Give me a little bit and I'm in, but if they are staggeringly dumb, I can't watch it.
Exactly.
I don't like jump scares personally.
Yeah.
And
it's a cheap shot.
Yeah.
I do have a question about something because Method, you played Cheddar, who's the head of the 17th Street Blips. They were the people that got kicked out of the Bloods and the Crips.
That's right.
The Blips. My question is, were they kicked out because they were too bad, or were they kicked out because they were idiots? And
I'm going to go with, according to the script, I think because they were incompetent.
Because they were incompetent. All right.
Pretty much.
They probably wore plaid or something.
Right.
You can't wear plaid in the Bloods of the
Paisley,
Crips.
pretty much, yeah.
You guys are going to be out and about today for a little bit?
Yeah.
Say it again?
God, yeah.
You guys are going to be out?
Yeah.
They got an appearance today. It's going to be at Le Cat Cafe in Brewerytown. You guys will be there from 3:30 to 4.
It's an awesome place. My wife and I actually donated some stuff to them. She does a whole bunch of animal rescue. It's going to be a wonderful experience, I'm sure.
That's why
you seem thrilled by
right? Yeah, that's why you're laughing.
I'm going to put kittens all over him. It's going to be hilarious.
Definitely cool. Put people on blast. The publicists are scared of me, man. Pretty much.
Yeah.
They're kind of leery of me. I'm riding in the car by myself. He has everybody in his car. It's sad. It's pretty sad, man.
Yeah.
That's right. I put y'all on blast. Stand over there all you want.
That's the life of
And we are sitting in a room. People are sitting down in chairs all around the room, and it's like one black guy. What's up, dude? Holla, we here for you. Black Lives Matter, baby. All right.
Brought him in for you.
Well, listen, if people want to come down and meet, you guys going to say hi, do pictures, stuff like that? Or?
No.
No?
I'm playing.
We're going to put him in post. Method Man's going to get in and
Photoshop
I'll take
his
the
ass
pictures.
in there,
We're just going to put our arms out. He's going to get in there.
Method Man cut out.
Some Instagram app. We're going to.
You know what I'm saying? I took a shower today. Of course I'm taking pictures.
It's a special day.
Brushed my teeth today.
3:30 to 4 o'clock today. And, of course, the movie's opening up on April 29th. Looks awesome. Looks hilarious. You guys
Appreciate it.
You hit it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in this morning. Appreciate it. Jordan Peele, Method Man.
Yeah.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on Friday night at Brooklyn, New York's Barclays Center.
Finally.
In addition to Deep Purple, who were inducted by Lars Ulrich, there was also Chicago, inducted by Rob Thomas.
Chicago!
Steve Miller, inducted by the Black Keys. Songer, writer, producer Burt Burns, inducted by Steve Van Zandt. NWA, inducted by Kendrick Lamar. And Cheap Truck.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Shut up.
Cheap Truck. It's like $1,000. It's got some body damage.
Shut.
I want you to want this truck. Your car's all right, your bicycle's all right, but this truck should check it out.
You said it, man.
Casey's looking at me laughing, putting his hands up in the air like, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at you, man. God damn it. Why does it?
I want you to want this truck. Savings have never been better at Fred Beans. Here, I got to go to Fred Beans.
Live in Budokan.
He just sold me a truck. I get to see a cheap trick and I bought a great truck. $1,000. Little body damage.
Cheap Trick. Christian author and publisher Mac Major warned over the weekend that Christian women are losing their salvation by using dildos, which he called a direct path to Satan.
It's a path to Satan.
Mac wrote
These dildos
on the Eden Decoded Facebook page, too many Christian women are losing their salvation because they pleasure themselves. Dildos and all those other sex toys have been used.
You know, French ticklers, Benoit balls.
For strap-ons.
Strap-ons.
They've been used for thousands of years in demonic sex rituals. It's one of the main
things like hot Carls, Disney Gillespie's, Cleveland Steamers, Pittsburgh Platters, Eiffel Towers.
It's one of the main ways ancient pagan societies worship their demonic gods, he said. It's a direct path to Satan.
chick on chick, MILF porn, stuff like that.
Pogs, BBWs.
Two girls in a cup, the one where the guy craps in the mason jar and it breaks on his ass. Evil.
He said there's nothing normal about it, and shame on any Christian that says so.
Pee and poop and all that stuff, and smearing and hazmat suits and plushies.
He urged readers not to be ignorant of Satan's devices, and he suggested that the ancient city of Pompeii was destroyed because it was completely engulfed in a culture of pornography, homosexuality, wild orgies, and the worship of the little god with the huge member known as Priapus. Many of you who are reading this...
Oh, is that where
I guess so.
Priapism comes from?
Yeah, which is the erection that never ends.
Goes away.
Yeah. He said, many of you who are reading this have sex toys in your possession right now.
Like dildos, C-rings, butt plugs.
He noted.
Guy's an expert.
I've heard.
The great country singer, Loretta Lynn.
Oh, wow.
81 years old today.
What did she do? Stand by Your Man?
Coal Miner's Daughter was her huge hit.
Don't come home and drinking with loving on your mind. You ain't woman enough. Fist City.
Yeah, it's the first song to really address fisting. And you remember
that was
Preston,
in the 1960s
that
too,
was
man.
An incredibly tough sell to record.
Fist City. He ain't kidding.
Yeah, and that was the follow-up to Two Knuckles Deep.
They took it a little bit at a time.
And she had come from this really conservative background.
Yeah.
Well, again, you have to finesse it a little bit.
So Two Knuckles Deep and then Fist City.
Dude, it was totally Fist City.
Yeah.
I can't even put my legs together.
And then was all the way to the elbow, the last.
If you don't want to go to Fist City,
then you might try Blumpkin Lane.
Blumpkin Lane.
Yeah.
Both are kind of,
So while you're sitting there chewing on your hoagie, I'll be down here tending to business.
All right, what is honey?
What is honey?
What is it?
It's when the
It's bee piss. What is it? It's bee piss.
What is it?
the bee pukes up into the comb, and then it ferments, essentially.
It is, it's how
It's bee vomit?
It's bee
Bee
puke.
vomit.
Yeah.
Why did bees even go there if they keep throwing up and getting sick?
What's that?
They're getting sick. Why even go there?
With where what now?
I want to curse right now.
Oh, you're saying if it's so good for you, why are they getting sick?
Well, no. Why do they keep going back if they keep getting sick? It's a vomitorium. A honeycomb is a bee vomitorium.
No, they're not. They're vomiting too. They're actually, when they seal up they create a wax too.
It's not an unpleasant thing for them, Case.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not
Oh,
puking.
okay.
It's
not like
the same
beer,
thing.
bee splooge.
All right, so you want to see me make pipe?
Yeah, good.
All right, real easy to do.
Preston Elliott, the bong maker.
So you, no, it's not a bong, it's pipe.
It's not a bong, it's a pipe.
So you pinch it like this.
Okay.
Pretty easy to do. Then,
Like so.
Then you can take something like a paper. Yeah! We got a friend here in the studio. A reminder, after we talk to him, though, we're going to get to MMR's You Who Loot and your chance $20,000, so stand by for that. Flu season is arriving, and we have our annual visit from one of the greatest individuals we know from Penn Medicine and Fox 29, the good doctor, Dr. Mike Sirigliano, is with us this morning. Hey, bud.
I love you guys.
We love you.
You know, there aren't many places where I go and I get all excited and have a warm feeling. I mean, even with my wife lately. But I mean, you guys
happens.
You guys are the best.
Well, we love seeing you.
Real quick, I'm gonna kick this off with a phone call. I have Zach who's on the line. Hey, Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, guys. I'm sorry to bother Dr. Mike at work.
Nah, it's okay. Hey, where do you work? What do you do, Zach?
Matter of fact, I also work at Penn Medicine.
All right, and you work. Go ahead.
I'm a vascular ultrasound technician.
And you had said you wanted to comment on something about Dr. Mike?
Yes. So as Dr. Mike knows, he sends some of the Dr. Mike specialists down to my lab, and I see a handful of his patients. And I just wanted to say they say nothing but great things about you, Dr. Mike.
They love you.
They love you.
The Dr. Mike special. So I was hoping for an STD to be named after me, but
well, still time.
didn't quite work out that way. So
Excellent.
this test is a carotid ultrasound, as Zach does, and an ultrasound of your aorta down in your belly.
Yeah.
Because you can find things, and there's data behind it. And what you do is you look for a narrowing of the artery, and you look for an aneurysm in the belly. And I got the idea from these lifeline little vans that go to churches and
Right.
and I think it's like $150. They will do that test, the two I do, and even one of your legs called a PVR.
Okay.
Wow.
But
It's a circulation thing?
well, I look for an aneurysm and blockage in the neck, and if they're the right age and they have risk factors, I can tell you for a fact that over 30 years I have found quite a few people with a few things.
Very nice.
So, Zach, they're always talking about how great Dr. Mike is, right?
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right.
I love you, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
I love
Appreciate
you.
it.
Cash will
We'll
be
see ya.
coming. Thank you.
All right. Well, here we are heading into flu season. And you come in every year and you give us some flu shots. Nick just got his. Steve got his. Marissa got hers. And some of us are going to get more of them as we speak and do it on the air here just to show you how simple and easy this whole thing is. How are they doing zeroing in on a potential target this year?
Well, we don't know yet.
Right. You got to wait till it happens.
But if you look at Australia in the southern hemisphere, they had a very, very bad flu season. And part of the reason, so when it happens down there, because they had their winter, now we're starting to get into the cold weather and our winter. So we look to them for what happened to predict what's going on and what will go on here. That's now there's a lot of theories about why it was really bad down there. Perhaps the pandemic, everyone was isolated, everyone was kind of wearing masks, and now we're all out.
Yeah.
All right? We're not wearing masks. Casey got to go cross country, and I'm sorry I really screwed it up.
No, you did not. It worked out so much better.
I just had to do it. I couldn't.
You did the right
deviate.
thing.
No.
You made it better.
So we're in a much better place, but you can't let your guard down. And I just got my bivalent booster for COVID that covers the BA4, BA5 variants, and those are the ones circulating. And it's all good because most people now have either had the virus, gotten a vaccine, or both. And
you know what's the best way to cook meth?
Here we go.
Yeah, seriously. Next, after the break.
Hi, I'm Kathy Romano, and I'm in the meth kitchen.
A pin works better, but you can use this.
I recommend injecting between the toes. It won't leave track marks.
Almost done. There we go. And then you put a little supercharger in the side.
There you go.
Right, Case?
Steve, I wonder what Bill's going to think of this.
Supercharged.
I'm not a fan. You're promoting drug abuse.
Done.
There you go. Wow. Bam.
All right, let's see. Can I see it? Because I don't even really.
Oh,
good catch.
Nice catch.
Why you spill my coffee?
The real Kathy comes out occasionally. I physically felt that sitting next to you.
Shut up.
I've seen Kathy leave the building from the roof and attack field mice.
All right, now what do you... Not that you need...
And Tom Hardy, while making Mad Max Fury Road, is no secret, but...
It is. The flesh rot. You haven't heard of this.
No, is it
Kathy's got some.
injectable? Is it injected? Is that
Yeah, I
what it
think
is?
that's
Are you
the
talking
case.
about the illegal drug on the streets? I did the
Yep.
story of.
Yes.
Oh, they're calling it Trang.
Oh, Trang.
Trang.
Yeah, they're
Dr. Mike,
cutting-
and people are having to get limbs
Amputated.
because of it.
Look, folks, all right, that they're even putting fentanyl in little colored candies. And
candy
our
boxes.
adolescents, middle-aged kids are doing this. It can kill you. Look, there's so many things that can knock you off in life. Why? You need to get high on life.
That's right.
Folks. You work out, you listen to Preston and Steve. All right? You enjoy life. You don't need that Am I allowed to say crap?
Yeah, of course.
No, crapola. You don't need that.
A bunch of people are texting in, Dr. Mike, about getting the flu vaccine and the COVID booster at the same time. Your thoughts on that?
Well, it is okay to do that. I personally like to separate them a little bit. There are some experts who feel that that might be a little more advantageous. But look, if that's the only time you can do it and the only time you're going to do it, so do it. But look, I got it yesterday, and I'm not feeling 1,000%.
Okay,
so
all right.
I'm going to wait a week and then get my flu shot.
All right.
Now's the time.
Here, you got to wipe me down first.
Wipe me.
Wipe me, Daddy.
Wipe my hand.
Wipe me, Daddy.
Light me, Johnny.
He's very clean. Always makes it
Yes.
thoroughly.
By the way,
Listen,
this is...
I double swab. It's like wearing 2 condoms.
Yeah, that's right.
Hold on, wait. You don't want to take a chance. Hold on.
Okay.
He's good.
Hold it.
Double wipe.
Hold
Wait,
it.
you gotta wipe it again.
Want me to open one?
I
for
got
you?
it.
All right.
Hey, come on now.
You're the guest. You're
I know,
the
but you're
victim.
By the way, I started getting
Here, come over here.
the flu shot for the Camp Out for Hunger. It seemed to be the wise thing to do.
Yep.
And I had not got them before that.
Oh.
And so we're going to be doing our full Camp Out for Hunger this year, which is great.
He's
Awesome.
doing it. He's doing it.
Yay!
He did it. I got it.
All right, well, get a Band-Aid.
Get a Band-Aid.
Oh, my God.
You loon.
Mike, another question from a listener. It says, I lost my taste and smell when I had COVID almost 2 years ago. My taste and smell came back, but a lot of things that I used to be able to taste have gone away, especially coffee. And they were mentioning that it was International Coffee Day that we were talking about earlier. This person is asking if that will actually return, the taste for certain items.
Well, that's considered a long COVID symptom.
Yep.
And the vast majority of people do actually get their taste and smell back. But the virus gets into the brain, and it can cause damage and inflammation. And so the bottom line is don't panic. It will come back for the most part. And as far as coffee, you guys didn't mention Juan Valdez should get a Nobel Prize. I mean, listen, coffee has chock full of polyphenols, antioxidants. I drink it all day long, despite being so calm.
We want to hold that thought.
I drink it.
We have to hold that thought quickly.
We got to do this now.
All
Okay,
right.
here we go.
Here it is, MMR's. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is income, which is exactly where you're going to get if you win here. So income, I-N-C-O-M-E. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter. There are 3 ways for you to do this. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available, WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. And again, the word is income, I-N-C-O-M-E. Enter that now. You have until 15 minutes after the hour. And we're going to continue our little chat with Dr. Mike before we get to the B file.
It's like Ask the Doctor.
And we do have Charlie Manuel and his wife Misty are in our Acme Lounge right now. We're going to get them in next. And then Dana Carvey's going to be on the show this morning. We're action-packed
It's
today.
literally too much entertainment.
All right, so Casey is now getting his flu shot. Dr. Mike just jabbed him, and he is now pushing the plunger, sending in the good juice, and now he's done. And there you go. Now we just need to... did you even feel that?
No, I was actually worried that my guns were going to break the needle.
Right, I know. It can be, for somebody like you, it can be tough to go in and get a shot.
Hampered by the massive musculature.
Yep. All right, he's done. Band-Aid on and finished. So we're all vaxxed up and ready to go, which is nice. So, Dr. Mike, what else is going on in your world? What do we need to ask you about? I mean, we have people always have loads of medical questions when you come by, and we never really get a chance to go into them. Somebody says, Dr. Mike, since getting the COVID shot, I've been getting frequent headaches. Is that a potential side effect? I mean, sometimes there are some.
Everything in life is a risk-benefit ratio.
Sure.
So I never, ever say, oh, no, you're not experiencing that. Never. So could you have headaches? Perhaps, but the risk is so outweighed by the benefit that you get the shots. And I stand by what I say because my son, my daughter, and my wife have all gotten vaccinated.
Here's another question. So I recently went and got the shingles vaccines. You did that for me. I'm all good. I'm covered. This says, hey, please ask Dr. Mike how long I should wait after getting my second shingles shot before getting my fourth COVID booster.
Oh, my
right,
God.
right. So shingles can kick your butt,
yes, it
man.
can.
That one can really make you feel ill. Again, I like to wait a week or two. There's no reason to torture people by doing everything unless you're going on a trip to Europe or you're going somewhere and you can't do it any other time. That's the one time I will do that. But why?
Right. Yeah, and some of these vaccinations, like I have, when I've gotten the flu shot before, there have been times where the next day I'm like, man, I feel kind of funky today.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'm fine. And then there are other times like just nothing at all. The shingles vaccine, I felt nothing at all, but I did get a text from somebody who said, man, that kind of kicked my ass a little bit. So it's kind of luck of the draw depending on your own physiology, I assume, and sometimes it can get you a little bit and sometimes it doesn't.
It depends on your immune response. So when people say, this is a classic line, Dr. Mike, I got the flu from that flu shot you gave me. No. What you had was an immune response. So the way vaccines work, they get your body to develop antibodies and get your immune system ready when the real thing comes along. And the proof of the pudding is that 2.5 years ago, I had all kinds of people on ventilators and people were dying because no one had ever seen COVID-19. It's a whole different world now.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is people get a bad cold. That's what they get. And so you isolate for 5 days, then you wear a mask for 5 days, and we have drugs like Paxlovid. Some people can't take that. We do other medication. We have a lot of options now that we didn't have in the beginning. Thank God we got through this.
I saw a new story come out, and I don't have the information on me handy, but they had there's been a new drug that's being used for Alzheimer's patients.
Oh, yes.
That are slowing the effects of it.
Yes, this is it's a monoclonal antibody. My mother succumbed to Alzheimer's, and so I know this disease. What's exciting about this drug is that it actually works. All of the parameters that they looked at in the studies found an improvement. The trick here, so if you came to my office and you were having significant memory loss, which can happen, it's called early onset Alzheimer's, I didn't really have much to offer you. Now, if this pans out, we will test you, we'll make sure you have the proper diagnosis, and then we will treat you because it has been shown to reduce plaques in the brain, amyloid plaques in the brain, which is one theory as to why this happens, and it slows progression. So if you get treated early on, you can have a prolonged amount of time where you are fully with it.
The study I'd read said that it slowed it somewhere on the along the lines of like 27%. Wow. Which is compared to having zero slowing down of it, that's awesome.
So my line always with new things, in God we trust, and everyone else show me the data.
Right.
We need more data. I don't want to do anything until we see for sure. It's got to be based on science.
Okay. And as far as getting your flu shot, you can get them almost anywhere now. Your local pharmacies and so on have flu shots available.
They're giving it everywhere. In fact, I went to CVS and got my booster.
You got yours there.
Yeah, I know my. Hey, David, out at the Glen Mills. I love him. David, CVS, you the man. All right, he's the pharmacist. I married a pharmacist. I love those guys.
I didn't know that. Your wife is a pharmacist?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I met her in the hospital because women, they had to come to me. I never left the
It's
hospital.
easier when they're sedated, right?
Yeah. Well, easier for her when she's sedated. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, listen, pal. It is wonderful to see you.
Great.
I love you
and
guys.
we love
I
you.
do.
We need to do an extended segment with Dr. Mike.
Yes,
sometime
ask
down
the
road.
doctor.
Yeah, we need to do that.
Because
again.
everyone's arriving early now.
All right, Dr. Mike, thank you so much for being here.
Love you.
Fox 29.
Love you.
Independent
Love
medicine.
you. Love you. Love you.
We love you. All right, we need to do the bizarre file. Well, we haven't done that yet before we welcome Mr. Manuel into the studio. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
We'll keep this one a little quick. It's brought to you by Modia Opioid Use Disorder. If you or a loved one is living with opioid use disorder, consider a clinical research study. You can learn more at MODIAOUDstudy.com. That's MODIAOUDstudy.com. This is weird, man. A couple in Texas were shocked when they received a small armory of M16 fully automatic assault rifles after buying a gun storage case online.
Oh, so they sent the guns as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. They had ordered actually a couple of cases. The Houston couple, whose identities have not been released, said they believed that they were purchasing roughly, actually they were ordering a lot, 100 storage cases.
Holy hell.
For guns via resale on eBay. And one member of the couple said it's just a case and everybody can buy it online. However, when one of the cases was opened, the pair found at least a dozen fully automatic M16s inside there. The M16 is strictly designated to be used by the military. The couple reported the find to the authorities. Officials from the ATF and explosives arrived and took control of the case and received a search warrant for a storage unit with at least 99 more there. The ATF is partnering with the FBI to investigate the situation further, and I don't have.
Was it part of a secret contest, like a promotion?
Any other details? Maybe so. They were like the 100,000.
Get 100, we'll throw in a whole bunch of M16s.
Yeah. Several people in a South Austin neighborhood said their doorbell cameras have caught the same people swiping packages from their porches, porch pirates.
Yes, hate them.
And according to Gabrielle, one of the neighbors, she said, we need to stop this now, especially before the holidays get started. They're hitting in the middle of the day, the middle of the night, same car, same people. So she was already frustrated when it happened to her, but when she saw other people's posts of videos of what looked like the same suspects and vehicles, she stepped in, hoping to thwart the operation. So she and her husband put a box of dirty diapers on the front porch. She said the same people came back. They took the package, and when they discovered it was a bunch of dirty diapers, they came back and smeared those diapers on our front door. 30 minutes later, they came back with a giant bag of cow manure. They spread it all over our front porch and on our cars in the driveway. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, they were upset. They were simply trying to steal some valuable merchandise, and they got screwed over.
She said, I called police, filed a report, and now there's a detective on the case. Gabrielle said that...
the balls, right?
Yeah. The people seen stealing the packages were driving around in a black Chevy Suburban with no plates, so police are trying to find them. All right, this is a disturbing story. Indian police are searching for a teacher accused of beating a low-caste student to death over a spelling mistake.
Oh, wow.
Officer said on Tuesday after...
Where was this?
It was in India. After suppressing violent protests triggered by the incident, Nikhil Dor was struck with a rod and kicked until he fell unconscious by his high school teacher earlier this month after misspelling the word social on an exam, according to police and a complaint by his father.
Jeez.
The teacher hails from the upper caste, the boy's uncle, Rishi Kumar, had told reporters. The 15-year-old died from his injuries on Monday at a hospital, and the accused has fled the area. He's on the run, but we will arrest him soon, police said. Dor is a member of the Dalit community, which sits at the lowest rung of India's caste system and has been subject to prejudice and discrimination for centuries. Hundreds of people took to the streets on Monday after news of Dor's death spread in the district. So messed up. All right, and we'll do one lighter.
That's effed up. Yeah,
we'll do
please.
a lighter story to wrap with.
A little sorbet.
Some say that Reebok sneakers are fashion statements. Other, specifically conspiracy theorists, think that they are demonic. On social media, a conspiracy theory is running rampant, claiming that some new shoes released by Reebok are satanic. In January, the company announced a collaboration with French luxury brand Maison Margiela.
That means the devil's sneakers.
The shoe, called the Reebok Classic Leather Decortique Tabi Low, that's the full name of it,
right,
was apparently inspired by Decortique, a deconstruction of the shoe's core structure. The cut-away leather panels create a modern cage-like form, they said. So anyhow, the Instagram post didn't gain notoriety outside of the shoe community at the time, but now it's got the attention of religious groups on Facebook this month. One Facebook group that is called Prophecy News told us more than 635,000 followers that the almost year-old shoes were crafted to resemble the hoofed feet of Baphomet, a goat deity often accompanied by the occult.
That's pretty cool.
Essentially, it's got a split in the middle of the toes.
And it looks like a cloven hoof.
That's what they think, yes. So the Facebook post read, the rules of this worship, of this world, show more and more openly and clearly who they worship. Make sure to open your eyes and don't be caught up in their rituals. Since then, Reebok's January Instagram post has been flooded with comments that believe the company worships and idolizes the devil. And someone had posted and suggested, for the people who have no clue why this is completely evil, look up Baphomet Christians, don't be fooled. Do not buy this shoe or any Reebok shoe from now on.
Did this demon wear sneakers?
Maybe it did. The photos of the shoe made its way onto Twitter, where people weren't comfortable with Reebok's collaboration. However, the shoe's design really has nothing to do with anything occult related. As expressed in the name itself, the shoe is based on the traditional Japanese shoes known as tabi, and it's even in the name. The leather footwear, which is made from a single animal hide, can be traced back to the 15th century and are well known for a split between the toe and the big toe and the other.
People get carried away. I'm wearing my Satan is my Lord and Masters today.
It's just a fashion statement.
Just a fashion
That's all
statement.
there is to it. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the B file for you. Let's take a break. Let's come back in a second, and we will talk to the one and only Mr. Charlie Manuel with his wife, Missy. And we're also going to have Dana Carvey on the program, too. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
So kittens tend to grow pretty quickly. Did you have an issue with the kitten at the beginning? Did you have to use this? Did you were able to use the same kitten?
We had to trade out kittens in the middle of the movie. But we had to do that with some of the extras as well.
Did you spend the most amount of time with the kitten?
Nah, they didn't give me too many scenes with the kitten. I was strictly there for intimidation, like now.
Okay. Because your character ends up taking the cat. I mean,
yeah, pretty much
in the movie. I didn't know if that was like your sidekick.
It's something about the cat, though. You know, it's something that I don't know. It's like something about Mary, I guess. You know, it gets like that when you deal with pussies.
Yeah.
Same sort of deal. Same sort of deal.
No, there's nothing better than seeing Method Man with a kitten. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, every time he's on screen, we're like, just can we get more of this shot? Yeah.
Well, with
it's adorable.
A kitten and a do-rag, too, was...
we got that kitten in the do-rag.
Yeah, I felt that was a bit much. But,
well, we have to, if you have a kitten, you got to dress it, right?
Yeah.
And
So what, now, the movie comes out, and I assume you're hard at work on your next project. It's weird because you'll do a movie, and then by the time you get to promote it, you're already well into something else. What are you on now?
Well, I just directed a horror film.
Oh,
straight horror film.
Yeah,
It's called Get Out. Thank you. My directorial debut. I'm very happy with it.
Big fan of the genre?
A big fan of the genre.
Oh,
I love
awesome.
horror. You can probably tell.
Straight ahead horror.
Straight horror. Okay. I'm sure you could tell a lot of Key and Peele sketches go very dark.
Yes, they do.
Very fast.
Yes.
So it's not a comedy. There's funny things in it. We got some.
Is it slasher horror?
It's not slasher horror. I can't tell you too much about it, but it is very scary.
You wrote it?
It's called I wrote it.
Oh, awesome.
And I'm editing it right now.
Get Out made me automatically think of Amityville Horror.
Yeah, a little reference there.
It made me think of Eddie Murphy, actually.
Me too. Yep, the Eddie Murphy
Too
bit.
bad we can't stay, baby.
Well, it is a movie that is a horror movie that's geared to the black horror audience.
Okay.
Who just doesn't want any,
Get out.
Pick up the phone, man. No. Get out. Yeah. So it's an elevated horror film. It's not a comedy. I know it sounds like a comedy, but it should satisfy the audience member in all of us that just wants people to do smart things.
I love there's an element to a lot of horror movies where you are just, it kills it for me when they are so astoundingly stupid in their reactions.
It will ruin a movie.
Give me a little bit and I'm in, but if they are staggeringly dumb, I can't watch it.
Exactly.
I don't like jump scares personally.
Yeah.
And
it's a cheap shot.
Yeah.
I do have a question about something because Method, you played Cheddar, who's the head of the 17th Street Blips. They were the people that got kicked out of the Bloods and the Crips.
That's right.
The Blips. My question is, were they kicked out because they were too bad, or were they kicked out because they were idiots? And
I'm going to go with, according to the script, I think because they were incompetents.
Because they were incompetent. All right.
Pretty much.
They probably wore plaid or something.
Right.
You can't wear plaid in the Bloods of the
Paisley,
Crips.
pretty much, yeah.
You guys are going to be out and about today for a little bit?
Yeah.
Say it again?
God, yeah.
You guys going to be out?
Yeah.
They got an appearance today. It's going to be at Le Cat Cafe. in Brewery Town. You guys will be there from 3:30 to 4.
It's an awesome place. My wife and I actually donated some stuff to them. She does a whole bunch of animal rescue. It's going to be a wonderful experience, I'm sure. Method Man, you seem thrilled by it.
Yeah, that's why you're laughing.
I'm going to put kittens all over him. It's going to be hilarious.
I'm definitely cool. Put people on blast. The publicists are scared of me, man. Pretty much.
Yeah.
They're kind of leery of me. I'm riding in the car by myself. He has everybody in his car. It's sad. It's pretty sad, man.
Yeah.
That's right. I put y'all on blast. Stand over there all you want.
That's the life of
And we're sitting in a room. People are sitting down in chairs all around the room, and it's like one black guy. What's up, dude? Holla, we here for you. Black Lives Matter, baby. All right.
Brought him in for you.
Well, listen, yeah, if people want to come down and meet, you guys going to say hi, do pictures, stuff like that? Or
No.
Yeah, you know.
I'm playing.
We're going to put him in post. Method Man's going to get in and
Photoshop
I'll take
his
the
ass
pictures.
in there,
We're just going to put our arms out. He's going to get in there.
Method Man cut out.
Some Instagram app. We're going to.
You know what I'm saying? I took a shower today. Of course I'm taking pictures.
It's a special day.
Brushed my teeth today.
3:30 to 4 o'clock today, and of course the movie's opening up on April 29th. Looks awesome. Looks
Thank you.
hilarious. You guys,
Appreciate it.
You hit it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in this morning. Appreciate it. Jordan Peele and Method Man. Guys. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on Friday night at Brooklyn, New York's Barclays Center.
Finally.
In addition to Deep Purple, who were inducted by Lars Ulrich, there was also Chicago, inducted by Rob Thomas.
Chicago!
Steve Miller, inducted by the Black Keys. Songer, writer, producer Burt Burns, inducted by Steve Van Zandt. NWA, inducted by Kendrick Lamar. And Cheap Truck.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Shut up.
Cheap Truck. It's like $1,000. It's got some body damage.
Shut
I want you to want this truck. Your car's all right, your bicycle's all right, but this truck should check it out.
You said it, man.
Casey's looking at me laughing, putting his hands up in the air like, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at you, man. God damn it. Why does it?
I want you to want this truck. Savings have never been better at Fred Beans. Here, I got to go to Fred Beans.
Live in Budokan.
Right? He just sold me a truck. I get to see a cheap trick and I bought a great truck. $1,000. Little body damage.
Cheap Trick. Christian author and publisher Mac Major warned over the weekend that Christian women are losing their salvation by using dildos, which he called a direct path to Satan.
It's a path to Satan.
Mac wrote
These dildos
on the Eden Decoded Facebook page, too many Christian women are losing their salvation because they pleasure themselves. Dildos and all those other sex toys have been used.
You know, French ticklers, Benoit balls.
For strap-ons.
Strap-ons.
They've been used for thousands of years in demonic sex rituals. It's one of the main
things like hot Carls, Disney Gillespie's, Cleveland Steamers, Pittsburgh Platters, Eiffel Towers. You know,
it's one of the main ways ancient pagan societies worship their demonic gods. He said it's a direct path to Satan.
chick on chick, MILF porn, stuff like that.
Pogs, BBWs.
Two girls in a cup. You know, the one where the guy craps in the mason jar and it breaks on his ass. Evil.
He said there's nothing normal about it, and shame on any Christian that says so.
You know, pee and poop and all that stuff, and smearing and hazmat suits and plushies.
He urged readers not to be ignorant of Satan's devices, and he suggested that the ancient city of Pompeii was destroyed because it was completely engulfed in a culture of pornography, homosexuality, wild orgies, and the worship of the little god with the huge member known as Priapus. Many of you who are reading
Oh,
this,
is that where
I guess so.
priapism comes from?
Yeah, which is the erection that never ends.
Goes away.
Yeah. He said, many of you who are reading this have sex toys in your possession right now.
You know, like dildos, C-rings, butt plugs.
He noted.
Guy's an expert.
I mean, I've heard.
The great country singer Loretta Lynn.
Oh, wow.
81 years old today.
What did she do? Stand by your man?
Coal miner's daughter. What's her huge hit?
Don't come home and drinking with loving on your mind. You ain't woman enough. Fist City.
Yeah, it's the first song to really address fisting. And you remember
that was
Preston,
in the 1960s
that
too,
was
man.
an incredibly tough sell to record.
Fist City. He ain't kidding.
Yeah, and that was the follow-up to Two Knuckles Deep.
They took it a little bit at a time.
And she had come from this really conservative background.
Yeah.
Well, again, you have to finesse it a little bit.
So Two Knuckles Deep and then Fist City.
Dude, it was totally Fist City.
Yeah.
I can't even put my legs together.
And then was all the way to the elbow, the last.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go to Fist City,
then you might try Blumpkin Lane.
Blumpkin Lane.
Yeah.
Both are kind of,
So while you're sitting there chewing on your hoagie, I'll be down here tending to business.
All right, what is honey?
What is honey?
What is it?
It's when the
It's bee piss. What is it? It's bee piss.
What is it?
the bee pukes up into the comb and then it ferments essentially.
It is, it's how
It's bee vomit?
It's bee
vomit.
Yeah.
Why did bees even go there if they keep throwing up and getting sick?
What's that?
They're getting sick. Why even go there?
With where what now?
I want to curse right now.
Oh, you're saying if it's so good for you, why are they getting sick?
Well, no. Why do they keep going back if they keep getting sick? It's a vomitorium. A honeycomb is a bee vomitorium.
No, they're not. They're vomiting to. They're actually when they seal up the. Well, they create a wax too.
It's not an unpleasant thing for them, Case.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not.
Oh,
puking
okay.
is
It's not like
the same
beer,
thing.
bee splooge.
All right, so you want to see me make pipe?
Yeah, good.
All right, real easy to do. Oh, yes.
Preston Elliott, the bong maker.
So you, no, it's not a bong, it's pipe.
It's not a bong, it's pipe.
So you pinch it like this.
Okay.
Pretty easy to do. Then,
Like so?
Then you can take something like a paper clip.
Right.
And then you poke holes in it. Kathy, you loving this instructional I'm doing for
all the kids.
I actually, you know what?
What's the best way to cook meth?
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, seriously. Next. After the break.
Hi, I'm Kathy Romano, and I'm in the meth kitchen.
A pin works better, but you can use this.
I recommend injecting between the toes. It won't leave track marks.
Almost done. There we go. And then you put a little supercharger in the side.
There you go.
Right, Case?
Steve, I wonder what Bill's going to think of this.
Supercharger.
I'm not a fan. You're promoting drug abuse.
Done.
There you go. Wow. Bam.
All right, let's see. Can I see it? Because I don't even really.
Oh,
good catch.
Nice catch.
Why do you spill my coffee?
The real Kathy comes out occasionally.
I physically felt that sitting next to you.
Shut up.
I've seen Kathy leave the building from the roof and attack field mice.
All right, now what do you... Not that you needed additional instruction, but what do you do with this now?
All right, so you put your tobacco.
You question why your life has gotten this bad.
This is me like talking like I work at a head shop. You put your tobacco there.
Where the little dots are.
Yeah, and then you put
your tobacco.
And then you put your finger over that. That's right. And then you put your mouth over the hole in the drinking part.
Your perfectly legal tobacco goes here.
And then you light it, and then when you get enough, you let go of that with your finger, and it clears it out.
Oh, okay. Steve, do you want to add this to the Batman collection?
Nah. Getting totally stoned tonight.
You know the farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall?
What?
No.
The farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall?
There's a farm behiund the Plymouth
Yeah,
Meeting Mall?
The farm behind Plymouth Meeting Mall. This year's crop is death. I didn't know there was a farm back there. Oh, yeah, it's been there for about 20 years. No one's ever come back from it, though. The farm behind Plymouth Meeting Mall. The crop is in, and it's blood.
Anyway, way, they have local honey, Nick, so I can grab you some. It's called Maple
Our
Acres
next
Farm.
guest here to talk about an event that is coming up on October 5th and a chance for you to get up close personal and meet them while they are there. We are happy to welcome to our studio the winningest manager in the Phillies' 139-year history, Mr. Charlie Manuel is here, and his lovely wife, Missy. Good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Nice,
Good morning.
nice to see you here. We were just off air chatting about Florida, and I knew, spending all the years down there in spring training and all that. I had asked whether you guys had any family or friends down that way, and we were all talking about, we know some things that are, some people that are down there now, and you guys actually have some property down there. Is that where you live now in Florida full time?
Yes, that's where we live. We live in Winter Haven.
Okay.
And we actually have been there for about 25, 26 years or something.
All right. How many hurricanes and tropical storms have you been through then?
Missy can probably tell you about it because she's usually in them.
You were away.
I was always away, especially the year the one that had Charlie, and then there was two or three more came. Two more came that same month.
Wow.
If you remember. And,
I do.
And they went. All three of them went right by our house.
Florida's great, but you got to deal with stuff like that every now and then. It's a trade-off, Yeah. But your house is okay as far as you know right now?
The house is great.
Okay.
Yeah, we lucked out.
All right. Very good.
Grateful for that.
Well, so the event that you guys are putting on is a launch party, and it's going to be at Monkey's Uncle, and this is on the 5th. And what's the launch party all about? I know, Missy, I've been told you know all the nuts and bolts of all this.
Yeah. So,
which is my wife too, Charlie. Same
Talk to
thing.
my wife.
Yeah.
Talk to my wife.
Yeah.
so with this T-shirt line that Hog Island Press came to Charlie, we were familiar with Mark Adams and his T-shirts that he make, a lot of Philly-centric like slogans and stuff on T-shirts, and he got in touch with Charlie and wanted to do a collaboration, like do a little capsule collection and make it a charitable endeavor. So sounded good to Charlie, and it was about like using Charlie's slogans and sayings,
witticisms, things like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the wit and wisdom of Charlie Manuel. Basically.
I love this.
And so to go along with that, we're doing a launch party with Hog Island Press and Monkey's Uncle in Doylestown.
Okay.
And that's October 5th at 7 p.m. So it's like a meet and greet, photo op, signing, stuff
Now,
like
a lot of people don't know that, Charlie, you started as a runway model, correct? So the fashion world is not new to you.
Hey, I would like, I'd like to tell you guys something. I did the first Walkman commercial in Japan for Sony.
Really?
Yeah.
So the first Walkman commercial for Sony in Japan. Wow.
How did that happen?
Well, I guess when you hit home runs, I guess they come and get you.
How long did you manage in Japan, Charlie?
I played there.
Did you ever manage there as well?
No.
Okay, just played. And I know that you know the word kanbate.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That means kind of greeting you and saying good luck to you, things like that.
So it's a well wish, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I learned was hotoite.
Okay.
That means leave me alone.
It's a valuable word.
Wow. What was it like playing ball in Japan at that time?
Actually, it was as far as the fans and things like that, was no difference in playing in the States. We had our facilities was just as nice, and we used to draw like when I played for this team called Yokoto. We drew like anywhere from 3.5 million people to 4 million a year.
Whoa, that's amazing!
And baseball was very big there.
It was always wild how it translated so quickly to Japan, and how because you'd see, I mean, there were a number of movies made about fictional stories about major league players that went over, and Mr. 3000. What was the one with Tom Selleck?
I forgot the name of that one, but it might have been Mr. 3000.
And the fan base is huge.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The one that the movie with Tom Selleck was. That was a team called the Chunichi Dragons.
Right.
I played in that same league.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. I played for the Yakult Swallows, and then later on, I was a first free agent in Japan, and I played for the Kintetsu Buffaloes.
What's the natural talent like over there? I know we've had some players come over and play here, but on the whole, would you say that there is a good, robust quality to the player in Japan?
Yes, as far as like fundamentals.
Yeah.
And playing situational baseball and stuff like that. They like to get American hitters with power because they do not have a lot of power hitters there. Although Sadharar O was one of the biggest home run hitters, like it gets publicized with Hank Aaron. I had his the ball that Hank beat Hank Aaron or O went ahead of him in home runs. I had it, fences in Japan is about this high.
Right.
And I caught this ball, but I went in the stands, and the fans pulled my glove and the ball out of my glove.
And they called it a home run?
It was a home run.
Get out of here.
That's cheap.
I never understood why, like, if somebody's going over the fence and they end up catching it but going all the way over the fence, that it doesn't end up being either a home run or a foul ball.
Yeah.
I don't know the ruling behind that.
Yeah. The fans, the fans can pull, they can pull the ball out of your glove and stuff like that, like they did, really. They can do that. They do that here sometimes.
How much of a baseball purist are you? Like, they're doing these rule changes and they're trying to do it to, I guess, maybe attract more fans, speed up the game. But things like, trying to...
The pitch clock.
The pitch clock, the going against the shift, because you had to deal with that with Ryan Howard, because he was a pull hitter, and so they shifted on him. Is that just part of the game? The whole, beat the shift. If they're going to shift on you, then you got to do something about that. What are your feelings on that?
I feel like if you can handle a bat, you should be able to beat the shift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I when I was talking to Ted Williams and everybody, they used to put the shift on him. He was the first guy that they did it all the time, and he said when his batting average would start to drop or he wasn't hitting as good, he would go back up, and what he meant was level off his swing and hit more balls to left field and beat the shift. And he said, I'd just get my batting average back up to about 350 or 360, and then I would start trying to hit some more homers. That's what he told me. And I believe him.
Yeah.
But the shift is something that if they do away with it, I'm not against that in some ways, but at the same time, too, I feel like if you're a major league hitter and can handle a bat, especially it depends on your size, and I got to say, and know thyself, and you play within yourself, well, then you should be able to beat the shift.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to jump in here again. I know because they also did the same thing in football. So last year in the playoffs, the Bills and the Chiefs just went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and then the game ended up going into overtime. The Chiefs marched down the field, scored a touchdown, and won, and the Bills were eliminated from the playoffs. And then they talked about trying to change the overtime rules, even though they already changed the overtime rules. And I'm like, no, how about you just play defense instead? And instead of changing the game, don't blame the game, blame the team that allowed the... Do you know what I mean? It's kind of how I feel about the shift as well.
Right.
Yeah?
Well, I don't know if you noticed last year when Harper had a big season. And to me, like when he got hit, like when he got hit in the face or toward the face, he... for about a week, like people were saying that he was shy and stuff like that. Well, actually, when he came back to play, when he started hitting good again, he made sure that he saw the ball right out of the pitcher's hand, and he completely followed it.
Yeah.
So therefore, like he didn't overswing and and have all of his tension in his swing to try to pull the ball.
Yeah.
He was hitting the ball where it was pitched and actually just using his hands more, and he was hitting a lot of balls left field.
I feel like I could talk to you and listen to you about baseball for about 36 straight hours. And I wish you would narrate every book that I ever listened to, because I love hearing your voice, Charlie. But I want to ask you specifically about Ted Williams, one of the greatest hitters of all time. You are, and you'll probably be humble about this, but one of the greatest managers of all time. And you guys had an argument about hitting. Now, from the outsider's perspective, I would tend to side with Ted Williams because he was one of the greatest hitters of all time. However, your perspective on hitting is pretty thorough. And so if you can share the story about the argument and how the White House was involved.
My daughter was supposed to go she went to the White House. She was in grade school. She was about, 7 or 8 years old. And she went for the Christmas lighting of the tree.
Right, annual,
But I met, and so Williams was in the Hilton Hotel where we stayed, and I ran into him, and so I went in the bar with him and started eating, and I missed her. I missed her singing at the White House light.
The tree lighting.
Because you got in an argument with Ted Williams about hitting?
Yeah, and we sat there we sat there for at least 2 hours.
Oh, my God.
And he had
Were voices raised?
Yeah. If you knew Ted Williams, first of all, he's got a loud, very loud voice. You know, it's kind of coarse-like, and you can hear him. I mean, really. But finally, he got a placemat, like a plate mat, and put it on the floor use it for a home plate. And this waitress, she stepped on it, and he pushed her and almost knocked her down. And he said, "Get off my damn plate." But we sat there and talked about hitting, and actually, it was absolutely tremendous. Ted Williams was strictly like a top hand hitter. He felt like that gave power to his swing, and and that was the hand that popped the ball. And I was arguing with him with the fact that both hands play a role in your hitting, and my bottom hand it creates the angle of the bat where the ball should go correctly. So my bottom, he was not a big believer in the bottom hand. And we argued about that. And he was right as far as, like my top hand pops the ball. Like I get my bottom hand completely extended when I'm hitting the ball, unless I got 2 strikes on me or behind in the count. And my top hand, and the fact that I push off of my backside and my hips explode through, and my backside and my hips just kind of flows through the ball.
Right. There's a few things that
drive the ball.
Yeah. It's amazing to me that how you're able to dissect the game at that time in our lives, right? With the technology we have today, I mean, you can track a ball. Ball goes into the stands. You could tell, within an inch exactly how far that ball would have traveled. And you're able to slow these swings, and you're able to do this without all of that technology. I mean, and so Nick's talking to you about how he'd love to just. I love that. I love how much you love the game of baseball, right? Like,
that's clear.
I mean, anybody could sit and.
I think Missy can pretty much tell you. Like when I'm sitting at home, sometimes I watch 3 and 4 games, and she's not every now and then I get mad because she comes in my room.
Missy, when was the last time you got to watch something you wanted to watch?
Doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
Hey, listen, guys, she's got her own TV in the bedroom, and she can go in there and watch it anytime she wants to. I'm not going to bother.
Wait, does your daughter hold that against you that you missed her singing at the White House?
No, not at all.
All right. So, Charlie, right now the Phils are struggling a little bit. They're still in playoff position, a half game ahead of the Brewers. I think they're going to make the playoffs. Casey has his doubts. But when you're watching the games, when they're going through tough times, and Bryce really hasn't been himself since he came back from his injury. When you're watching the game, are you sitting there analyzing and looking and saying Bryce has got to do this with his hands, or he's waiting, or he's swinging? Are you analyzing a swing while watching it?
I tell her about every hitter. Really.
Is that when you go into the bedroom to watch your own shows?
Do you love the game as much as he does?
I do love the game.
Okay.
And I like listening to it. I really do respect and appreciate, just fascinated by his love of hitting and his understanding of it. So I listen to him all the time.
Charlie, do you still get a joy out of going to games, going to the ballpark?
Yeah, I really get the same. Really, like I've been going to the game for all my life. Really, I feel like, and also, like when I go to see the players play. I even go to future, like those the future tournaments they have,
right,
like that, and I'll put a hat on and some sunglasses and go sit down and watch, watch those guys play when I have nothing to do.
Do you ever do a more elaborate disguise, like dress as a rabbi or something? Or? No, not that.
On the field, who has the best seat in the house? Is it the umpire? Is it the catcher?
I'd say the catcher probably has the best seat in the house.
All right, off the field, who has the best seat in the house?
I would. I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's not where you spend most of your time.
I just, I find it interesting when managers will go out and argue a call, like and not a call in the field, but like a pitch or whatever, because you only have a limited view. You basically, you don't know if it's inside outside. You can tell if it's high or low.
Right.
But I guess you got to go to bat for your players.
In some ballparks, like Citizens Bank,
Mm-hmm.
I like to stand over to the left, as close to the home plate as I possibly could. If you.
Yep.
And therefore, you can see what's happening on the field. It's very important that you sit there and watch the game and you see what's going on the field. And actually, that will tell you everything about the game. I mean, really. And today's game, I would like to see it play more fundamentals and situational baseball. Commissioner said a couple of weeks ago that they were going to put that they wanted to make it more exciting for the fans, so they was going to start stealing more bases, made a bigger base, and things like that. Well, stolen bases never came out. I always, as a manager, I wanted to put the best. I am definitely an offensive-minded manager.
Right.
And I've always wanted to put an offense on a team that can manufacture runs in every way possible through speed and bunting the ball and, like in the fundamentals and the situations of baseball, and also power and consistent hitting. Like I need some guys in our lineup that's going to hit for high average, and, and then I need some power and things like that. And we try to get the best guys we possibly can at that position.
Right.
When you go out and scout players and you see the tools that they got, and then, and I get my old saying is know thyself. I coach you. I coach you, and then I coach him, and it might be completely a different setup because of who you are and what it takes for you to be the best big league player that you possibly can be.
My dad is a baseball fanatic, and I was lucky enough growing up to go to a lot of different ballparks. We would schedule vacations whether or not the team would be home, So I went to the King Dome in Seattle before that got blown up. And but as a fan, you get one perspective going to these games. I'm curious as a manager, which clubhouse was the worst, the dingiest, and which facility was the nicest?
The worst would be there's two. One of them was Boston. And
I knew it. Fenway is a dump, and it's classic and it's beautiful, and there is so much history there. But it's not the nicest aesthetically.
The visitors clubhouse, it was made that way.
Oh,
and there's the manager doesn't have really what you call an office. He just has a little desk, and he doesn't have a shower. He doesn't have anything. And he has to go and take showers with the players and things like that. And it's small, and it used to stink. And they made it that way because they wanted to make the players mad when they come in there.
There you go.
Hey, we used to talk about that.
Get them angry.
And that kind of goes along with mental toughness. And as far as, wanting, you get mad instead of getting mad and kind of laying down or something, you get mad and it motivates you more. Then the Cubs.
Yeah?
Wrigley.
Old parks.
You get dressed way upstairs and you walk down through this tunnel and out to the dugout. But in the meantime, it's about like Boston.
Okay.
I mean, it's just
same
kind
level.
of setup.
Yeah.
Which was the nicest?
The nicest, probably all the new ballparks.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, all of them. Like Citizens Bank is nice. Yankee Stadium is really nice. All the new ballparks, definitely, they took very good care of that. I didn't see the Dodgers, haven't seen the Dodger Stadium since they, redid the dugouts and the locker rooms. But they tell me that's really nice. Yankee Stadium is my favorite, and the reason is because of the spreads and the food.
Oh, I thought so. They've got the better
They
food.
do it right.
Yeah.
Listen. They got anything that you want there, and I guess it's all these restaurants that cater in.
Right.
And if they don't have it, they will go get it.
We have top level restaurants here.
Yeah, but it's New York.
I know.
Yeah, they got
Quick
everything.
Thing I don't know if it was mentioned about the money raised off the purchase of these shirts, which I'm looking at the collection. $5 from every purchase will benefit RIP Medical Debt, a national nonprofit who helps strengthen communities by abolishing burdensome medical debt. Every $100 donated relieves $10,000 in medical debt. That's very important.
Right.
Yeah.
That's proceed. That proceeds are. That is my part of the deal.
Yeah.
I take nothing from that, and I want to help. I want to help RIP people, RIP Medical, and things like that.
It can clobber you if you get, and there are a number of charities that we support that do that very noble work of, people turning their heads are spinning. I'm sick and I don't know how I'm going to pay for this. And so something like this is a godsend.
Right. Like all the years I've been in baseball, and I've had some serious operations and been sick, and my insurance, I always had great insurance, and they've paid a lot of money for me and things like that. And I wanted to give something back to the people, like in a way that, like I could help them.
Right. Are you friends with Tommy Lasorda?
Yeah.
Were you?
Very much. Very good friends.
Yeah, great baseball mind, one of the best managers of all time, but he didn't like the Fanatic, and it always it always bothered me that he got angry at a mascot.
Right.
Do you know why?
No. I basically, I think that's who Tommy is, and also he's a showman. We had an off day in 2009 in the World Series, and that night in New York, and that night I went to this restaurant with Tommy. He absolutely took over the restaurant.
Yeah.
And we went back, and he was cooking food and all this stuff.
Oh, wow.
And he he got up like a comedian that he is, and he stood up, and he absolutely took over the restaurant.
All right. It's a big personality.
Yeah.
Well, you would think he would appreciate the Fanatic if he's
also
Who
a
has a
big
good sense of
personality.
humor.
Yeah.
No, he did. That grudge was legit. Yeah. Not a fan.
Yeah, if we got time, I'd like to tell you the last part about Williams, okay?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Hey, we were in Boston, and they had these legends on the field, and, like we were playing before an All-Star game. I want to say it was 90-something, and in the 90s. And Williams, he was in a wheelchair, and he rolled him out to the outfield, and he was out there around all these hitters like Rod Carew, Gwynn, all these guys, and he's talking to all of them and giving them tips and things like that. And I'm standing over in the dugout in Fenway, and he comes across the pitcher's mound, the guy's pushing him. And I heard him say this, I'm sitting there, he says, "Take me over to where that Bush guy is." Because he called everybody bush licker. And so they rolled him over there, and he looked at me and he goes, "What about that bottom hand?" Now, he said to me, he goes, I said, "Do you believe in it?" He said, "You right on." He said, "You're definitely right." That's what he told me.
He said that to you?
Yeah. And the last book that he wrote, he did not put my name in it, and it kind of made me mad because he talked about the bottom hand.
Oh.
And he said in this book about the role that the bottom hand played in your hitting.
So he sort of gave you credit, gave your thought a credit. It's funny because the legend was that he was very powerful, like a strong guy.
Right.
Wait, so what year was the argument when you were supposed to go to the White House?
It was in.
Ask your daughter; she'll remember it.
Yeah, it was early. I want to say it was early 80s, like 82, 81.
Okay.
82,
And so
83, something like that.
This All-Star game was 1999, so nearly 20 years later, he's still thinking about the bottom hand.
Right, exactly. It was 99.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Right.
Wow.
Nice.
But also, too, like he always liked Greg Nettles and I. And he saw us when we were young,
right.
And he would talk to us every time he'd see us, and he would talk to us. And Billy Martin in '69, he was our manager, and Williams used to come out and watch Nettles and I hit, and he would work with us. And Martin would get mad at him, and they would have big time arguments.
Oh man! Did you ever have a Billy Martin moment in your career?
I can't tell you.
You can't repeat that.
The legendary volatility, right?
I can't say it on the air.
Oh, that's funny, Charlie. I wanted to ask about the shirts because Missy had mentioned, some of the phrases that you've said from time to time. What are some of the words, the ones that are going to be on the shirts that are being sold? Do you know?
It's going. Some of them going to say, "If you're hitting late, you're hitting for luck." That was the one that I told Eddie Murray. Eddie and I used to argue. He was a big-time hitter, of course. He's a Hall of Fame hitter and things like that. And I used to always tell him to make a ball left-handed be down because that was his strength. I wanted him to hit to his strength. and he'd dunk some balls into left field, and come back over and look, and I'd tell him, I said, hey, Eddie, I want you to get out front on that ball. I said, you up in the count? And I told him, I said, if you're hitting late, you're hitting for luck.
Nice.
And then things like everything good, the party's out front.
Yeah.
Everything good happens out front. And I say things.
Here's one I like that says on here, empty head, full bat.
Yeah, empty head means full bat. Branch Rickey said something similar to that. Mine's a little different, but it means the same thing. That means don't think too much and get in there and look for good balls to hit, good pitches to hit.
Yeah.
And
get out of your head, basically.
Simplify those swing thoughts. Don't overthink it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't get in your way.
I love these things. I love the way the shirt. I mean, it's definitely something that any fan would want to have as a collector collection. So and they all have the artwork and everything is really nice.
Yeah, there's another good one that says, if you're hot, stay hot. If you're cold, get hot.
I told Matt Williams that one day when he was he got off in Cleveland. He got off to a good start, and he was hitting about 350, 360 or something like that in about almost 200 at bats. And all of a sudden he starts struggling. And he's as I come through the training room one night, he's laying there on the table and he's kind of whining. And he says, I know I'm going to go down under 200 and hit 180. And I told him, I said, well, if you think that, go ahead and get there, and then we'll start working again. Mm-hmm. And then he looked at me, and I said, always remember, when you're hot, stay hot. If you're cold, get hot.
There you go. I love it. So these shirts, this is all being debuted. It's an exclusive launch party. Monkey's Uncle, which is in Doylestown. This is going to be on the 5th. At 7 p.m. And Charlie, you're going to be there, obviously, for the event.
Yeah,
and
yes.
people can come out and buy the shirts. And are you going to sign some stuff or anything like that?
I'll definitely sign if they want me to.
Okay.
Missy, will you be there, or finally getting a chance to watch TV at home?
I'd like to say one other thing. I got a shirt that says Philadelphia's for homers.
Yeah.
And I got that from where I grew up, Virginia for lovers.
Yes. I like that. Yeah.
And I got that Phillies for homers.
I love that. Wow. Well, go to the event, meet a legend, and also help out with the RIP medical debt. It's going to benefit this nonprofit that helps people who are just get overwhelmed with medical debt, and it's a great cause, and you get a really cool shirt, and you get to meet a legend. It's going to be a great night. So, Charlie, it's always a pleasure to have you. And Missy, wonderful to meet you. Thanks for coming by this morning. We wish you guys luck with everything.
Thank you guys for having us.
You got it anytime. Charlie Manuel and Missy on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Dana Carvey will be joining us in just a little bit, and more. Stay put. We'll be right back.
I can't even get 4 words out of my mouth. I'm not getting you, honey.
I'm trying to think of where there's space for a farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall. This year's crop is death. Kathy goes there. She won't even think about picking you up, honey, though. What kind of bitch she is.
It's on Narcissa Road.
Is that what you said?
What's that?
Did you say that's the kind of bitch she is?
And he wants me to get him honey.
Well, I just want local honey.
Oh, yeah, we go there all the time.
Do you?
Yeah, it's a cute little farm.
Okay.
Do you go picking your own
They
stuff?
have, you can cut your own flowers there. You can,
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They have
Where the hell is
apple
a farm?
orchard or anything like that? Or
We get
The Apple Orchard in the farm behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall. The sequel to last year's blockbuster hit, The Farm Behind Plymouth Meeting Mall. This year's apples are blood red.
Oh, there it is. Okay, we're looking at an aerial
it's
shot.
not behind it. It's on the other side of the Northeast Extension.
Well,
okay.
but if you were
Why
standing
would have
over
to be
there,
a moron to think it's right.
Well, the way we're looking at it, it's next to it. But if you were standing in front of the mall, it would then be behind it.
Yeah.
The sequel to last year's The Farm Behind Plymouth Meeting Mall, The Orchard. The farm is not exactly behind Plymouth Meeting Mall and is next to it.
Wait, Steve, you would know where it is. You know that pet hospital back there, Hickory?
Hickory.
Is
The
it?
sequel to last year's
Come on.
The farm is actually next to the Plymouth Meeting Mall. It's now near an animal hospital.
But if
Do you know that you
Hickory
took one of your cats there
all
before?
the time. It's a 24-hour facility.
Okay, so
It's not exactly behind the farm. It's behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
if you passed that, it would be after that.
It'd be right after that. But you'll never make it because no one ever comes back from the animal hospital. It's next to the farm where the apple orchard is, sort of behind Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Hey, Press, your leather jacket, which I love, by the way. Is that really, really warm, like in the winter? Is it just?
It's not like below zero warm.
It's not.
But I will wear it through the winter.
Okay.
Yeah, I got lucky finding that thing. I was just I went by like a Wilson's Leather, and I walk in, and they were having some kind of sale.
I remember.
I normally don't buy a leather jacket, and I was like. It kind of reminded me of
Wolverine?
Wolverine's leather jacket. Yeah, it's a motorcycle type jacket. I'm like, I think I will take that.
Were you trying it out, standing in front of the mirror going,
whing, shing, snicked.
What was that, sir? I said, swing. I'll take it.
That's how they write it in the comic books, by the way. Snicked. When his claws come out.
Just took a hairy schnicked.
Snicked. S-N-I-K-T.
Snicked.
Snicked. Let me see here. Hang on, I want to cut
Snicked. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm going to cut you up. Snicked.
A Wolverine.
Security.
It's just a guy yelling snicked.
Snicked.
Oh my God.
What was that?
It sounded like that clip we had.
Did you see his face when he did that?
Just buy the goddamn coat. Get out.
Just get out of here and buy the coat.
You have an appearance next door at an amusement park.
You know what pissed me off about that coat is somewhere in it, damn it. And I know, and they've looked. There's one of those freaking alarm indicators.
Oh, really?
I had
and for
one
the
of those.
longest time, every store I would try to leave. In fact, I'd be with Rochelle, and I'd be like, you ready? All right, let's go. Beep, 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 beep. I'd just stand there and wait.
It might not be that. It might be something that the jacket's made with. I have a purse that does the same thing, and there's no tag still on it. It's just whatever is on that purse is making those go off.
After like a year, I took it back to the same store. They dug through it all, and they couldn't find anything. You might be right, Kathy.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting rid of it because I love that jacket.
I'm not getting rid of my purse.
To be honest, you'll see the larger tags that they remove that are the security tags, but they're also very tiny little adhesive metallic strips that do the same thing.
You know what, though? So it happens to me when I carry that one specific purse, and somebody has said, a security guard said to me, he goes, oh, it's one of those purses. It happens all the time.
Okay. I usually turn around and just go, snicked.
Snicked. What was that, sir?
Cut you
Snicked.
up.
I'm Wolverine. Get out.
A Barbie doll inspired by Misty Copeland was unveiled on Good Morning America on Monday. She is like the prima ballerina.
That's my understanding.
Of the U.S., and she is just
gorgeous.
Her body is absolutely flawless, phenomenal. She's very muscular and everything, but she is, those top level ballerinas
are in
you ever
phenomenal
seen like
shape.
those still photography when they're jumping in the air and their bodies and just all these unbelievable positions.
She does this ping pong ball trick.
She's beautiful. Shut up.
Stop it.
Because of the muscle control.
You ruin everything.
Because of the muscle control,
of
of course.
course. Complimenting her physical ability. Oh my
Juggles
God.
them, right?
Yeah. She actually beat Forrest Gump in a game of ping pong.
I give up. I quit.
That's all I had to say about that.
Oh, but Kathy, look at this picture of her. Look at this. This is her frozen in air. How do they do that? What?
Imagining ping pong.
Really? That's what you're imagining?
Well, that's Steve.
It is a beautiful picture, and that's what you're imagining. God, I hate every one of you.
Oh, my God.
Game.
Ready, fire.
Game, you moron. Special my ass.
So anyhow, dude.
It's uncanny. Yeah. Only the best ballerinas.
Nah, the short one. Oh. So the two of them are meeting in front of the mariachi band, and Bert is kind of sashaying over, and you can watch all this. We have it live on streaming video. He has taken her hand, and now they begin the traditional dance. Oh,
I'm gonna cry.
I know.
And Bert's dancing. He's wearing his scrubs.
Yes, he's wearing red scrubs today. Wow. Bert has some nice moves.
A beautiful song.
So dancing a waltz. And Bert, from time to time, will go. Oh, the hips are getting in now. It's turning into salsa. They've gone double time as they move back and forth. Bert is now down on his knees, holding his hand out, allowing Kathy to turn and move and use her dress. Living in the moment of this transformation from girl to... And now Bert is taking his shirt off. He's unbuttoning his shirt. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there it is.
And there it is.
The shirt is The Godfather shirt has come off. He has slammed it on the ground. And now he's moving it to wrap his shirt around her neck and pull her in, Magic Mike style, as he is now grinding on this young woman, blossoming into womanhood. And he is now backing his hiney up, and she's spanking him as well, as he gyrates and pops his butt back and forth. This is unbelievable.
Knowing what Kathy thinks about sweaty shirts, this is... Oh, my God, she's hugging it now.
She is. And he's taking kind of a matador type of stance, and they're back to the traditional waltz. Oh, this is wonderful.
I'd like to share my gun.
Yeah! Oh.
Come in.
Nick, he's allowing you to step in. Sharing a dance now. Nick is taking awkwardly Kathy's hand.
Gorgeous. Bert, you have some moves on you.
Steve is stepping in for a dance. Take a moment here. Oh, this is really precious. Very precious. Are we all going to... And Steve is doing a few dance moves. Here comes Casey. He's moving in. He's across the room.
Oh, boy.
And Bert has now tossed Kathy. Casey is doing the 8th grade lean-in slow dance.
With his head planted squarely on her chest.
Steve, I'm going in.
All right, Preston going over. By the way, we've all tasted Bert Kreischer's sweat off of Kathy. Preston. Preston, clearly the paternal figure for Kathy here. Dancing, lovely. Saying goodbye to the young lady. Soon to welcome the adult woman. Kathy gyrating. It's beautiful, Preston. Well done.
Oh, so wonderful.
All right.
Wow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Mariachi Flores.
Yes. Hey, look at that. That is beautiful dancing right there. Look at that.
Kathy's...
This should be a music video for Coolio. What's the guy's name?
Iglesias.
That's good. Way to go, guys. We should be on a game show.
Damn, that was good.
I was stepping on Kathy's quinceañera dress.
No. It's kind of impossible not to. It's huge.
I know.
Apparently, I did better than you, Nick.
Okay.
That was awesome. Bert,
guys.
you've got some moves, dude.
Yeah, 1,700 steps in that one.
On your Fitbit?
On my Fitbit. I'm up there.
Yeah.
State song is Pennsylvania.
What's our state? What's our state list?
The state list.
Yeah.
Our song should be the Pennsylvania polka.
Well, maybe it is. I want to hear I want to hear it.
Marissa, do you mind looking up Pennsylvania state song, see if you can find the audio? The title is Pennsylvania.
I mean, I know what the Philadelphia city song is.
Pennsylvania, mighty you are. Keystone States near and far. The lightning bug lights our way. Pennsylvania. O'er the mountains and o'er the sea. We have the mountains, but we don't have the sea.
They put that in.
We're only an hour away from it.
But we're only an hour's away.
45 minutes if you drive
45
fast.
minutes, yes, unless you get on the Garden State Parkway. And you're going out an hour, but it's not our state. I'm wasting time. It's like I'm going to. I can't say that.
Are you sure that's the song?
I think it's close.
Yeah, if not, it's in the ballpark.
Ballparks, we have them. Come
Yes.
here and see.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball for her, baseball for me. Concert venues, we got a few of those. Our women like to wear pantyhose. Pennsylvania, o'er the land and o'er the sea. We have the land, but we don't have the sea.
Oh, man. That's a good song.
It's a work in progress.
I had heard yesterday that Chester was like the 5th largest city in the state of
Chester,
Pennsylvania.
the 5th largest city in Pennsylvania. Look at it from afar.
Well, wait a minute. So
you go Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg.
Take a drive through Chester, but drive real fast. Make sure you don't run out of gas. Your car will be stripped and you'll be set on fire. Listen to the sound of the burning tires.
Good Lord.
Pennsylvania,
o'er the land and o'er the sea. We've got the land and we don't have the sea.
Really,
Pennsylvania.
it writes itself.
It really does.
You know. Speaking of Jackson, you know what he's been doing a lot? He's been playing bread a lot lately. I kid you not. The 70s, he's had an obsession with bread lately.
Yeah, if you wanted to get laid in the in the 70s.
What's that, Casey?
I love
If a picture paints 1,000 words.
Do you mean the band or
No, just bread.
just bread? That's what I thought.
Sorry, I showed up for bread. It's a concert.
God, I love bread.
I do. You know what? I really want to try. I want to deep fry. I want to bread hamburgers and meatballs and deep fry them.
Here we go.
That's like bread.
Wait, what?
Deep fry cheeseburger. So
Oh
you
my,
just
Casey.
They've done it.
I know. That's why I want to do it. I'm not saying I invented it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sometimes you have these inventions.
You're sorry?
Sounds like you just woke up out of a coma.
Give me a bread song.
If a picture
what's the name of that?
paints 1,000 Baby, I'ma want you.
Baby, I'ma want you is one.
Baby, I'ma need you.
But I don't know what the name of that picture. If a picture paints 1,000 words, then why can't I paint you?
Yeah, that's
I don't know
another bread song.
I don't know the title of that. Do you know?
If a picture
I don't know.
can paint 1,000
Words.
dot dot dot. Why can't I dot dot dot?
Paint you.
You know what
Greg.
bread song I like is the theme to Sunbeam Bread. Do you guys remember that one? I like bread and butter. I like toast and jam. I like the taste of Sunbeam bread. It's my favorite brand. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know that part of it.
I don't remember that.
No.
Concerning the interview with Charlie Manuel, and we were talking about him after he left. He's just like, the guy's just the best. He's just a sweetheart, and he's got stories. I mean, we only just barely scratched the surface.
At the ready.
And I love it. He loves telling stories.
Yeah.
Well, he's accumulated so many. He's such an affable guy. But I mean, to have that's a. I mean, we just talk about playing baseball in Japan. You know, all this sort of stuff that's in his mental cabinet, But the fact is that a lot of times people get to that point in their lives and they have a lot of stories that suck. And his are all really good.
As soon as the microphones went off, he just kept talking about Ted Williams. Like he had 5 more things to say about Ted Williams.
Yeah.
And I could listen to it all day.
And his pattern, his speech pattern, and his accent is very much the way my dad speaks.
Yeah, that's right.
So it as I'm sitting there hearing him say that, and I'm just like I'm hearing my dad, you know. But he's got more interesting stories than my dad, for sure. Listen, we have a few minutes before Dana Carvey joins us. He's going to be on in about 15 minutes or so if this all comes together.
As the crow flies.
Hopefully we will. So I have a little bit of time to kill, so a couple things we can talk about.
Oh, is this the time
Are
killer?
you the time killer?
I'm the time killer. I don't know. I don't think we do.
Something very.
Do you have Pink Floyd Time from Pink Floyd? I think that might be a good song. I mean, it starts off with a ticking clock and alarms.
That's
but,
okay. That's true. You're the time killer.
once it gets into the dong, chung, 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 chung thing. So, all right. Yes, I am the time killer.
because it really makes us realize we do have early onset dementia.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Now we're getting into the this part that sounds a little bit more appropriate for the time killer, especially when it goes. There it is. All right. So the pumpkin spice craze obviously has reached new heights thanks to
everything.
Pumpkin spice, everything.
Everything.
But, there's a company called Angelic Diamonds, and they have created what is being called the world's first pumpkin spice latte ring.
Mm-hmm.
Kathy, it's $11,300.
Oh my God!
It's actually pretty cool looking.
Is it?
Yes, I saw it, and
It has
I'm
to
like,
be really cool looking.
I'm like, all right. Well, and it's loaded with diamonds, so that's hence the expensive price. But Connor, do me a favor, see if you can find the pumpkin spice latte ring and pull up a picture of it because I would like to get your guys' reaction of it. It's $11,300 and may very well be the world's most expensive pumpkin spice latte merch. The ring features a whipped cream shape, centered diamond, surrounded by white diamonds and orange sapphires.
All right.
The photo we're looking at doesn't quite do it justice.
It looks like a cupcake.
Yeah, so that's what
Actually
I thought too.
looks awful.
What's that?
That picture looked awful.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay. Anyhow, the center diamond is surrounded by white diamonds and orange sapphires and encased in a cup-shaped claw.
A cup?
Meant to mimic a warm cup of pumpkin spice goodness. And there are also white diamonds, orange sapphires, and emerald shoulder stones decorating each side of the gold rose band.
Yeah, it has a nice collection of rocks, as they say. Listen, if you are a massive pumpkin spice fan and you've got money to burn, this might be perfect for you.
How did they get the color rose gold? Rose gold is not rose gold, right? I don't know how they get that color. And
how did they get an orange hue?
Yeah.
Rose gold is not rose gold? What do you mean?
All right, so I don't know how to explain it, but is rose gold naturally that color, or is there something
a specific
applied to it?
Type that you find in a mine and say that this is rose gold?
I thought it's an alloy. It's a gold and copper.
All right, it's an alloy.
Yeah.
All right, so another
Is that how they're
feature.
achieving the? I'm sorry, President. Is that how they're achieving the orange or the rose gold?
The rose gold.
The rose gold.
That's how they get white as well. Like yellow is the only natural color.
Diamond color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Steve, the orange are orange control set?
Yes.
What do DeBears control?
Chicago.
Honey.
Yeah, okay.
Honey.
All right.
No, I learned that on this show. You have mentioned that before.
Yeah.
You do learn stuff
Every now
on
and
this
then.
show.
Another feature that may only be evident to the wearer, unless they want to share, is a secret message engraved on the inside of the band. It says pumpkin spiced. Even the packaging has a pumpkin spice twist. The ring box comes with a cardboard coffee cup wrap, a pumpkin closure latch, and smells like pumpkin spice when opened.
Oh, in the box.
The box.
Oh, not the gold ring.
Yeah.
The thing that bums me out about pumpkin spice is that pumpkins aren't even involved. That it's just
In
like
the actual manufacturer, they just sit there.
Yeah, no, it's just like nutmeg and like cinnamon,
allspice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's,
Wicked overrated.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
I'd rather carrot cake. Okay, is like my ultimate thing that is going to be with those flavors. I think. And why go with the pumpkin?
Wait a second.
Go with carrot cake.
So pumpkin is in pumpkin pie.
Yes.
Pumpkin is in pumpkin bread.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So,
But
I
your pumpkin spiced latte
is not.
I think it's just the spices
concoction.
that you would find in pumpkin pie.
It's a lie.
So it's something along those lines.
Yes, I agree. But I do love pumpkin pie. Oh,
I do too.
I love it.
It's excellent.
Kathy, would you bake us one?
You know what? I don't like pumpkin anything.
Okay, so that's a yes.
I don't like pumpkin pie. I don't like anything pumpkin flavored. I love a latte.
Claire doesn't
not a
either.
pumpkin latte.
My wife doesn't. Yeah.
Would it be okay if I called you pumpkin?
Yeah, that's
Let's
fine.
take a look at the traffic pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
What's going on?
Pumpkin.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind that.
Punker poo.
Punker poo.
Do you love me more than all the fishes in the ocean?
Angelic Diamonds are the ones who have created the first pumpkin spice latte.
Interesting.
ring. So just thought I'd let you know. All right, let's kill some more time.
Oh.
We're going to get, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Wait, Marissa might have actually given us a better. Yeah.
From right there. I think that would have more impact.
Yeah, I
so,
think let's just-
all right, let's kill some more time. Nope, back it up. Nope, hang on. Back it up. All right, let's kill some more time. There you go. That's the impact I was looking for.
By the way, that sound effect you're trying to make, those are rototoms.
Rototoms?
Just to let you know.
I could bill myself as the human rototom.
The human rototom.
Yeah, I saw this horrible show at Chili's last night. A guy billing himself as the human rototom.
Rototom Morrison.
I found Steve Rototom Morrison. Now that sounds like a Gary Lauer.
I saw the show. Folks, she ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
Enjoy your chili.
Enjoy your chili. Steve Rototom Morrison.
Rototom Morrison.
Yeah. All right, so job seekers try to take advantage of every possible in that they might have at a company, and in line with the maxim of it's who you know, it might seem like having a family member or best buddy embedded as a potential employer that could be the best bet. But new research from LinkedIn indicates that who you know doesn't have to be someone terribly close. In fact, a casual acquaintance is the most likely to help you find a new position. And in fact, they're calling them like moderately weak ties.
I'll help you.
But that are going to be better at giving you a hand in moving forward.
I believe this because there's no way the odds are strongly against you have these super firm, friends that are giving you these positions. But it's the acquaintances, the people you network with, who are who can give you that leg up. Like I've had a lot of help from people who I would not say were friends, but we're just acquaintances.
Yeah, and some of them are friends of friends. Like
exactly.
Somebody who you're close with knows somebody else,
right, and
therefore they kind of help you out. So the VAST study conducted by the career-focused social network, it's Scientific American, in conjunction with MIT and Harvard Business School, examined the data of more than 20 million LinkedIn users from 2015-2019, a period that saw 2 billion new connections made and 600,000 new jobs per the research published earlier this month. So the researchers conducted a multiple large-scale randomized experiment on the platform's People You Know algorithm, offering users recommendations to link up with contacts who were both close and not so close.
Yeah.
Then seeing what jobs emerge out of these ties. And it turns out that moderately weak ties, not the very weakest, as measured by mutual connections, proved most valuable in getting a job offer.
So a lot of times, I remember throughout my life saying, would it be okay if I mentioned your name? Like somebody that I was not, friends with, but certainly you don't. That happened often, and I would get leverage off that. You would accrue those names and use them to your benefit. And I'd always let people know if I was throwing their name around, to get a gig. But you have to do that. A lot early when I was doing stand-up, you'd have to, I don't know, say a club owner or something, but I know somebody who knows the club owner, and can I mention that I know you, and it works. Most of the time.
I've been used as a reference many, many times. Right. Not once have I as an employer, ever gotten in touch with me. And I always wish that they would, because I would like to say a few things about the person who I'm
even
written
here
down as a reference. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Kristen Herman got worked her way up the ladder because of
that's
you in
internal.
Parks.
Yeah, but I had recommended her initially.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I never have, hey, so and so, I'm putting you down as a reference just to let you know,
right?
So you might get a call, and I've never gotten a call.
I have.
And have you?
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's first when it first comes through, you're like, wait, what am I doing again?
Right.
Because you had forgotten that you told that person that you would do it. But I got one for our friend Devin one time, and there was somebody else that asked for it. Anyway, yeah, it's an interesting thing, and then you get to extol their virtues,
Dude, Devin, our former intern from way back when, she actually applied to be Charlie Sheen's assistant.
Oh, Lord.
When he was going up.
Is Preston there?
I could have gotten a call from him.
Freaking honey intern of yours.
When he announced publicly, when he was going through that whole torpedo of truth psycho thing, he announced that he needed an assistant. She's like, oh, I want to work for him. I'm like, are you out of your goddamn mind?
Yeah.
But I could see why somebody might want to. What?
I recommended somebody for a job for a pretty prominent person that we know, and as a matter of fact, is working for that person now.
Okay.
And I would consider myself probably like fringe of this guy. Like he's more of a friend of a friend. But when the
is it Knight?
Yeah.
But who did you recommend him to?
Will
Smith.
He is a caretaker on his property.
No, I know, but who did you talk to recommend him?
Balsacki's wife.
She works there?
Her name is Mrs. Balsacki.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? I was a
Ballsacky's wife.
somebody gave my information, and unfortunately, she was not.
Oh no!
Really?
An ideal employee, and I didn't trash her in any way, but I was like, well, here's my experience.
I think it's actually, unless I misunderstand the way it works, it's you're not allowed to, or it might even be illegal to impugn someone.
If they called here, like HR, I think that's where they just confirm your employment. At these dates or whatever. But I mean, this was all, she was a babysitter.
Kathy, is the unspoken rule that if the employer starts to proffer, they can proffer positive, former employer can proffer positive.
No, I don't. I don't. We should ask Stacey, but I don't think that they can. I think if they do, it's always like I know people who are in that position, and I know her through the industry, and it's done like off the record, like on a personal cell phone, or if they're out, like it's like technically, I'm pretty sure she can't say anything.
That's wild.
Yeah. As an employer, as a former employer, you're not allowed to impugn or say anything negative. You can confirm that so and so worked here from this time to this time.
Can you say if they're fired?
I don't know
think you can even say that.
But if you are just a person that is put down as a recommendation and you never employed them or anything like that, you can say whatever the freak you want.
Right.
Yeah.
It's weird. You have to slalom a whole bunch of stuff with that.
Here's a text that says, Marissa and Casey were my reference for my first job after interning with the show, and it was wildly helpful. That's from former intern Chuck.
Nice.
No way.
So that's really cool. I wonder if he stuck with that job or moved on.
He's now touring with Charlie Sheen.
He got the job.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. It wasn't my intern.
Super talented.
Yeah. Duh. Well, anyway, keep that in mind. Don't rely on just the super duper close connections that you have. It might be one or two removed of somebody who's been acquaintance, and maybe they can help you out,
Yeah.
In fact, it seems that that's the case more often than not.
People usually do want to help you if they can, at least, the people who are confident in what they have going will usually be they're the ones who've helped me throughout my life.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. All right. Let me kill some more time. Kathy, I had you in mind when I saw this story. Almost half of all bird species are in decline globally.
Oh, thank God.
And 1 in 8 are threatened with extinction, according to a major new report warning that human actions are driving more species to the brink, and nature is in trouble over this.
They can't die fast enough.
Not the pretty ones, though.
It says the 4 yearly State of the World's Birds report. So I guess every year they come out with this. Which provides a snapshot of the plight of species globally, and more broadly, a barometer for biodiversity, comes as the United Nations steers an international process toward protecting nature. Using data from the International Union of Conservation of Nature, the report said 49% of bird species worldwide have declining populations. That's pretty terrifying.
So half the bird populations of the world are declining in their do we have any guesstimate as to numbers? Because the amount of birds is crazy.
Yeah, so it says with populations
count those freaking things
falling, even in species not normally rare or at risk, roughly 13% are considered threatened. So Steve, hang on a second here. I did have it on another part of this story. Yeah, BirdLife International, which has decades of survey data, said there are now 2.9 billion fewer individual birds in North America than there were in 1970. So at any time in the world, compared to 1970, there are now 2.9
What's the
billion.
global bird population? Did they give you that fact?
Nah, I didn't say that. It's got to be ridiculous.
Crazy.
It's got to be
freaking nuts.
I don't know if I doubt trillions would be the amount, but you know what? I had another story about the amount of ants.
Now we're talking.
And that is in the trillions.
Yeah, of course.
It's insane.
Little bastards, love them.
I don't know if I can find that because it's kind of deep in my my
files there, color-coded files.
In my files, but
Wait, I had ants in my bathroom. This was probably
They're the ones that turn your thong around.
This was probably, I don't know, like in the spring or something like that. They were regular ants that we normally see, nothing special about them. How did they get to the second floor? There was a ton of them. It was disgusting. I put the little ant traps out. They all crawled in there, all died, threw it out, and they never came back again.
So what?
There's no food in the bathroom.
They will find their ways. We have a service that comes and they will, they explain the ins and outs of it. The places you think, they're never going to get here. They will. They'll find a way.
Yeah, I don't understand. And they were like on the floor. It wasn't like they were coming through a window, like up the side of the house.
Okay, here's why.
Okay.
According to a new paper published in the journal PNAS, the international team of scientists suggests there are now, Nick, you have a number here up here. It says 50 billion.
Well, that's birds.
Oh, birds. Okay. This new study says that there are 20 quadrillion ants roaming around our planet in Kathy's bathroom right now. 20 quadrillion. You never hear that term thrown around or that number. That's insane.
Quadrillion. I knew it was off the charts.
All right, so people that call their mother's sister an aunt.
Aunt.
Do they call ants aunts?
I don't think so.
They're ants, right?
Yeah, they're probably
They're
ants.
spelled differently, Casey.
I know they are, but
AUNT lends itself to possibly be pronounced aunt. And ant is definitely
how do
spelled
ants refer?
ant.
How do ants refer to the sister of their mother?
I like auntie. I wish I'd said
auntie.
That. I don't say it.
My auntie.
No, I wish I did,
Yes, if you're one of the royals, that would be totally appropriate.
So there are 50 billion birds and 20 billion
Quadrillion.
ants. 20 quadrillion.
Quadrillion.
All right, so that's quadrillion is the next up from trillion.
Trillion,
right? Okay.
yes.
I mean,
so that's
try to wrap your mind around
6, 9, 12.
And when they get together for a convention.
Yeah, all the birds and the ants?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
By the way, that's 16.
All right, birds in the front, ants in the back. We have the concession stands up front, and of course, we do have golf carts that will take you to the concert stage.
For the VIP ants?
It's a massive undertaking, but we're expecting a good show today, and Willie Nelson goes on at 1.
Wow. Willie Nelson is
Yeah, he
playing
got booked the ant and bird convention.
That's cool.
20 quadrillion ants. By the way, that's 15. That's 16 figures. That's how many zeros there are in that
I'd
number.
fall asleep writing that number.
That's insane. Wow. Okay. Well, it's some dude's job to count all those.
I'm sure he eventually hung himself.
Took for freaking ever.
Wait, so do you want to know how they get to the second floor?
Quickly, because
I'm
our
sure
guest
the
is
stairs.
on,
Okay,
our guest
all
is
right,
on the line.
sorry.
I'm sure he's dying to know how ants
Okay.
got upstairs in your room,
So
your house.
a lot of times it'll be tree limbs that are touching the house.
Oh.
Or they said sometimes if they get into the house, they follow like plumbing or electrical lines that are through the
Sometimes
house.
you just like to see you get out of the shower, baby.
Go upstairs.
All right. Hey, this is exciting. Our next guest is going to be at Parks Casino on Saturday night.
This is terrific.
He's one of the greatest. And tickets are on sale now. You can get them at parkscasino.com, spelled PARX.
Yeah.
Casino.com. Show starts at 8 o'clock. He is a legend in the world of comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, Dana Carvey is on. Hi, Dana.
Jeez, what a response. I was Dennis Miller saying, she's a bit frisky, aren't you? Huh? Up there in Philly town, okay? Getting up early, caffeinating. Comes on, it's like 2 in the morning to him, and you're like levitating the room, all right, Sparky? That woke me up.
I love that.
Thanks there,
New
Chico.
vaccine for people with ants in their attics. What we can do to eradicate these mutating ants, first of all, you got to protect yourself with my new ant vaccine. It only works for about 10 minutes, but it's a beautiful time of immunity before those suckers bite you. I'm Tony Fauci. And from the bottom of my all-new leather Faucis, go fuck yourself.
Dana, it's terrestrial radio.
So who here interviewed Paul McCartney?
Oh, I did.
Preston,
yes.
You did? What can you quickly just tell me what that was like?
Oh, my God. It was 1993, and I was living in St. Louis at the time. And Dana, I did not know I was going to interview him. I was told I was going to meet him. And they take me into a room, and his manager goes, okay, you've got 10 minutes with Paul. And I go, 10 minutes to do what? And he goes, for the interview. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I had to do it. This was before cell phones were ubiquitous. So there was a landline telephone in his dressing room. I got it. I called the hotline to my radio station. And I passed the telephone back and forth between Paul and I as if it was a microphone and interviewed him. And he was the most lovely man I've ever met. He knew I was nervous. He knew that it was a less than ideal situation. But he was phenomenal. Your Paul McCartney kills me, by the way.
Well, she came in Preston, and was a bit nervous. It was a bit wobbly. And I knew, had no preparation. So I said, let's do a talker. You have me on the phone, you talk, I talk. And pretty soon we got an interview. We were lads. We were chums. And, John and I would sit across from each other like a meal because I was left-handed, and we played. We'd plonk, and I'd look at him. So I plonked back. Pretty soon we're plonky, 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 plonky. And that's how we came up with the White Album.
Whoopsie doodle doo.
Whoopsie doodle doo.
Yeah.
No, I saw the Get Back documentary, and I was doing that kind of as a joke where Paul would eventually not use words and go, you just play it over there, and you go do.
Yeah.
Or he would do that with lyrics, Penny Lane, there is a store to do, yesterday, do, all the trouble.
Yeah.
And then he was doing it to George Harrison when George got mad. You just play, you just go do. And Ringo, you go do.
But I mean, so they used like, they freely admitted that they would use place fillers for words while they were composing a song. So they would make these sounds and then get back to it later, and that's why you had some of that crazy stuff. I have to tell you, Dana, just by the way, besides of course obviously the impressions, the characters you created over the years, when I saw you years ago doing actual just regular stand-up, sounds, obviously people know you for the impressions and everything. Your stand-up is great. I was howling. Very sharp material, brilliantly written. It's kind of weird. I bet a lot of people don't know what a just straight ahead material-based stand-up comedian, how good you are.
I don't know. I'm okay. I don't think it's my strong suit. I mean, when I started out in the clubs, I loved little clubs because I didn't even know the difference between a sketch player and a stand-up.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't Second City where I was. So I played these little clubs, and it took me 2 years ago. Now I'm going to be, Mr. Willoughby. Hi, everybody. I'm a character.
Right.
But then the more success you get, the rooms get bigger. It's a little harder. But, I do that. But, I throw in a lot of voices and stuff. I mean, but I never consider myself a pure impressionist.
Well,
I enjoy doing them.
The stuff was great,
Yeah.
and the fact that you're going to be here doing the show is terrific. I also have to tell you, Nick and I are big fans of the documentary, the Dana Carvey Show, Too Funny to Fail, because God Almighty, when the show initially came on, I loved it, and it's about the short-lived. If people don't know the short-lived Dana Carvey
Show, 8 episodes, went on ABC after I think Home Improvement, and our first sketch was me at Bill Clinton breastfeeding puppies.
You need to understand how avant-garde and brilliant this show was,
there's the moment in the documentary though, Steve, where Dana, where you guys set up the very special episode of Home Improvement and then show the clip to you, and then because it's like the Diet Dr. Pepper, whatever, Dana Carvey hour, and you laughing and Carell laughing and Colbert laughing, it just made me laugh so damn hard. It's a great documentary.
Well, Robert Smigel and I, we wanted to have an old-fashioned vibe to it, so we pursued Mug Fruit Pear and Taco Bell to be our sponsors. We didn't get paid any money. We just thought it was cool. Right. And I went on Letterman, and I told him it's called the Taco Bell Presents Dana Carvey Show, and he didn't believe me. he thought I was joking. But that's cool, guy. You guys know all the cool stuff. My latest impression that I do, and you guys can do it too, it's very quick. It's Greta Thunberg.
Okay.
The way the little girl who lectures the world about climate change.
Sure.
And it's always just this. How dare you? How dare you? That's it.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
That's her phrase.
Oh, man.
There's that, and she's also taken to doing lately. It's the blah 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 blah. Right? That's her thing when she's okay. Yeah,
I don't know.
You're so disgusted with us. And right now, Alco and I are going to dance together. Right now, this plant's heating up, and we're going to heat up with this dance. We got to vote Preston. We got to stop this chum. We're going to stop right under private jets. They got to get a little more serious. That's my only point. They can't throw an orgy at every climate conference, a drunken party, and smiling and get on their jets and go, "This is dire. This planet's getting hot. I'm not kidding you." He's not kidding you. I'm got a sunbook. We're friends and we dance. Let's go. So that's
great.
I also do. I'm kind of doing. It's fun to do Biden and Trump. Just in case they are the nominees.
It's just an insurance policy, yeah.
And Biden, as you guys probably noticed, he came out as Sleepy Grandpa.
Right.
And he would say, he felt he had to say no joke after something that was clearly not a joke. My dog, when I was 10, my dog died. My father lost his job. No joke. Not kidding around here. He always makes his list. Number one, the one part. Number two, what the guy said. Number three, you know the drill. And now he was really mad. He whispers and then he screams. It's such a funny move. This didn't come out till like 4 months ago. People have to pay their fair share because they got to pay. It's got to pay the fair share. That's a funny and share. Next people, the pilot, public Pirates of the Caribbean. So he always ends with Pirates of the Caribbean. And then I do. The only way I can make Trump interesting to me now is that he sounds like he's pitching a family vacation.
Yeah.
Like he has no subject matter. We're going to be going places like you wouldn't believe. We're going to be doing things, and you're going to be happy. Many people are saying, some are saying, we don't like this, we don't want it, but you're going to be happy, and everybody is talking about it. We're going to do things like you wouldn't believe because we know how to do these things, and we're doing a lot of them. And you're going to see it, and you're going to look at it, and it's going to be there. Where are we going, Daddy? I'm not sure.
Oh, man. I love it.
I'll work those two at the show.
Yeah, I love your analysis of the impressions that you do take on. And I remember way back when H.W. was a big character for you. And I remember seeing you on one of the late night talk shows starting to explain the mechanisms of what goes into that particular impression. And I was like, oh, and that was the first time I had seen somebody break it down as opposed to the mentioning the gestures and the tone of voice and all that. And do you have to sometimes break it down like that, or does it just come to you?
I do too, but mostly, honestly, like if I would do any kind of impression, I think I get a little bored, and then it comes from some real place, but then I love extrapolating it into a character almost.
Yes.
Yeah. But, I mean, by the end of George Bush Sr., it's like, nah. God, that.
Yeah, it got silly.
It got really ridiculous. Started out not going to do it.
Yeah.
4 years later, it was God, that. And on the cue card, it was NAGATAI or something.
That's great.
But the difference in the political environment, there was no Twitter, and he ended up, I heard he loved it. He had a great sense of humor.
Yep.
But I didn't know. It wasn't like Trump, Alec Baldwin, that, they don't like each other. But I didn't know. He could have been on Twitter then.
Right.
And ticked off by Dana Garney doing that impression as he's typing impression of me on Saturday Night Live, jumping around like a spastic monkey. Hashtag dick.
It's funny because Lauren, obviously you're part of this legendary SNL history, and you do the podcast with David Spade, the Fly on the Wall, and which is fantastic, by the way. If anyone wants to check it out, because
I respect what you guys do because I'm learning to, like, you're interviewing me now, and the energy is good, and this and that. David and I say, we didn't prep, we didn't even have a meeting. We just put the Zoom on. How you doing?
Right.
So it's kind of a skill set with with a guest that's not very active, you ask them a long question, they're like, maybe, you just, I'm here.
Yeah.
But most of the time, it's just fun, and Spade, it makes me laugh so hard.
Well, I mean, it's a legendary, multi-generational show that has such a rich history, and you are part of what is arguably, I would say, the best collection of not. Do you even call them not ready for primetime players anymore? But that group you were with, just from beginning to end, from Jan Hooks to Phil Hartman to everyone, top level. So hearing those stories and hearing you talk to people who are who were after you. It's great because you have this sort of common thing that only a handful of people can understand what it was like. Correct? Yeah, I mean, because you turned out.
That part of it's almost emotional because people get a little emotional about it. Like, why did I leave the show, or how did I do? And it's a seminal moment for everybody. Most of the time, you come on there and you're totally unknown, and it's like a reality show. Like, there's going to be 4 new people on SNL this week. It's like, oh, it's them. And then over time, how are they going to go? But Lorne Michaels is on. It's a 2-parter. He's on right now on the wall. And I did talk about that. We had a lot of weapons around late 80s, early 90s, because I said you had a lot of weapons as a producer, because maybe Mike would do sprockets, or we'd have a Toons as the cat, or Adam Sandler would play a guitar, or we'd do Hans and Franz. Right? We had so many weapons when we were saddling that Sandler, Farley, Spade, Chris Rock, and then Mike and I were still there. The great Phil Hartman, of course, Jan Hooks, Kevin Nealon. I don't want to miss anyone. Dennis Miller, just a machine. I've never written with someone who could just machine them out like that. Okay, what's the take on this 93.3? You got a moniker? Huh? Tommy and the Bull, is that it? Anybody have a zoo animal name in there? Okay.
That's spot on.
But it's
my IQ goes up.
Yeah. But you mentioned earlier, like, the having cue cards, but when I look back at that time, I don't feel like you guys were ever reading off of cue cards.
Not like now.
Not like now. And like Bowen Yang, I think now of the current players, he
seems to know his lines.
Yeah. And so I mean, how often do you feel like you were reading?
Well, yeah, those are tricky, and it depends how heavy you are in the show. Obviously, if it's in one, like you're the president, there's the card. Like that, Hans and Franz would just go into the cards. But in like a scene, Phil became brilliant at it. And he had a thing where if he was talking to a guy to his left and his cue card's over the shoulder, there was another cue card over Phil's shoulder behind him. So he could go, "What are you doing?" and just look around like he's looking around the world and grab it from the other side. You can visualize that. But you don't want to have a guy or woman actress in front of you, and then you're close up and you're going back and forth. So you go to the cue card, then you go back to her or him to go to the cue card. You want to just pick a place and stay there. So there's a lot of technique to it, but the best was this guy who I love. So Christopher Walken comes on to host the show, and I'm in a scene with him, and he doesn't look at me at all. It wasn't like just as live on air. He looks right at the cue card and just reads right off the cue cards and never looks at me. And it was charismatic. He's just going, "Don't know whether we should go there. We could now." And that solved the whole cue card problem. But I was on teleprompters are a bitch, man. I was on Jimmy Kimmel and I was doing this Bush thing and running around, but the teleprompter couldn't be very close, and it's tiny, and they're rolling it, so I really could barely see.
You did a great job, with Kimmel. You were right at home filling in and doing that. But I agree. On the rare occasion that they've asked us to go do anything television based with one of those teleprompters, it really makes you appreciate the great news anchors and their ability to go through that stuff, because I find I get lost so easily in scrolling text that way.
I know, and if you want to improvise a little bit with a cue card, it's just sort of stagnant there, and then you can go off. But the prompter guy just keeps rolling it, and he gets confused. And anyway, it was a challenge. It's not my finest day. So here we are with the Preston and Steve show. I understand they have quite a following in the greater Philadelphia area. Did you know that, Ed? No, sir. Anyway, I just had
I just had 2 slippery monkeys at the Hook and Crook. I'm a little toasty right now. I just like old-fashioned cocktails coming from Johnny Carson with a
there's a channel. I think it might be on Pluto or one of these multitude of now just reverential nostalgic. But there's one that shows literally nothing but old Carson Tonight shows, and that's exactly that. There was nothing like that in the world. That whole vibe, him lighting up a cigarette, the paneling, the whole thing. It was great. It was clearly of a time, but there'll never be anything like that again.
That was when Don Pardo said Dana Coffee, just the adrenaline and the fear on SNL, and then I'm not sure if Carson might have been the most nerve-wracking when I first went out, and then you hear that iconic voice, and he's going to say your name.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so surreal. A gentleman joins us. He's had quite a bit of success on Saturday Night Live with a character called the Church Lady. Let's bring him out, Dan. And then you're sitting next to him, and they wore a ton of makeup then.
Yeah.
He played a lot of tennis, maybe a few cigarettes, maybe a few other things. So, and you're like a foot from a giant Johnny Carson face, and you can't even believe it's talking at you. You kind of go to how you doing? And I'm observing what is going on. It's a giant, huge Johnny Carson face talking at you. It's terrifying.
Yes.
I got used to it.
Yeah. Dana, you had a comedy special, I think it was in the 90s, and I just want to thank you because you gave me a perspective on fatherhood that had never occurred to me, and it wrapped up with one of your kids asking you if God had feet. And that phrase has stuck with me my entire life. And my brothers and I echo it. We still ask that of each other. And then, we get questions similar to that from our kids. And so it was a really cool, refreshing moment to see a glimpse into your personal life and how your kids looked up to you and asked you inane questions like that.
That's a brilliant, thank you, first of all. That's what you want as a comedian or anybody, that people take one of your things and use it to communicate. But yeah, does God have feet? Just because they're so adorable, which I had said on that, it's like a superpower at a certain age. You can't discipline them. You can't do anything. They're just, there's God, the one that on the bookend of that's kind of an anthem for parents. There's two. When my son called me once when he was like 21 and he didn't have any power in his house. And I said, well, maybe you should call the landlord. And then he said this, like this, like, I'm not real good at calling landlords. Could you do it?
Oh, no.
One where the parents shake their heads. And then the other one was the one from 2016 when they're in the Roman Coliseum with us. And it's almost like, are we there yet?
Yeah.
But this was like the passive-aggressive teenager who's bored. And we're in the Roman Coliseum. We're just like, is this pretty much all we're going to do today?
Isn't your son doing stand-up now?
Yeah.
Is it Dex is his name?
Yes, he's doing stand-up. Well, we did recently, we did a scripted podcast. It's kind of a little bit of a long story, but him and the neighborhood kids became fanatics about the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Because I had the VHS tape. So we had this show we were kind of doing around. So we decided to do it like an album, a scripted comedy podcast called The Weird Place. And we're doing it with Team Coco, Conan O'Brien's company. We just finished it.
Cool.
And it's basically, I play a character named Rod, but you can't say the other name. And I narrate it. And it's the sci-fi, fantasy. There's a pirate. There's a submarine that goes through a time portal to 1738. There's an alien who comes down and has to convince humans that he or she eats bomb-making materials. And then there's a man who touches a globe and realizes it affects the real world. Like he touches France and stuff happens in France. So
I like that.
And all the while you've got Rod and all these different characters. A sci-fi adventure. So fasten your seatbelt. I'm Rod. I'm back. Can you dig it?
I love it.
And we don't know if he's an AI, but anyway, it drops Halloween night or anywhere you get podcasts.
The Weird Place.
The Weird Place.
Fly on the Wall every Wednesday.
Excellent.
Love it.
All right. Well, more importantly, for everyone here in town, the Excite Center at Parks Casino Saturday night. Dana will be there for a show. The show is at 8 p.m. and you can get tickets at parkscasino.com. You want a night where you want to laugh? That's what you got to do.
Jump on by. Sometimes we do a thing where people, ask a few questions. In case you have any questions, like, what kind of socks do you wear? Something like that. It doesn't really matter. But if you want to come by, we'll have fun. We kind of riff around. We'll do a little doobie-doo-doo-doo. We'll do a little doodle-doo-doo.
You see, where...
And then you go doodly-doodly-doodly till you car.
The fact that you do conversational McCartney is what kills me, because I do the outlandish end of it, but you do this those quiet exchanges that it's spot on.
Yeah.
So great.
I like doing it too. Thank you. You're the best
Excellent.
ever.
Yeah.
You guys have good questions.
Dana.
Sometimes these can be rough. You guys are great.
No, we love you. Thank you so much, and enjoy your time here in Philadelphia when you get in this weekend. All right.
I appreciate it.
All right. Anytime.
Thanks,
Please give some love to Dana Carvey. I love that man.
Yes.
He's outstanding.
The creme de la creme of of the top Saturday Night Live players.
You're absolutely
by far.
correct. All right, we have to break now, like right now, because we're like 6 minutes away from your opportunity to win $1,000. You Hulu is up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It's a rip on a
What's that?
It's a rip on a pre-existing song.
Yeah. Or the other way around. I don't know.
I'll tell you what was a revelation as far as the instant messaging, the ability of the upgraded program to anticipate where you're going in a sentence and its ability to learn the way you converse is pretty amazing.
Have you ever now my son did this one time. It's kind of funny. Go on the text as if you're going to send one to somebody, and then you start with, the is the first available one, and you just start adding you just add whatever is next, and you get this insanely long sentence. So I have like the fact that you are so cute.
Oh, you better send that to Matt.
And fun to play with me, and you can get it right away with my friends and family members to be able to that's T-O-O-O. Hold on, I want T-O.
No, you corrected it.
Be able to get the chance to win a free agent or kick. Which
kick.
Free kick from my house and the rest of the year before the end of the day.
Okay,
should I just end it there?
End it there and send it.
Let me read it to you.
What will he send
it to Matt O'Donnell?
Yes.
The fact that you were so cute and fun to play with me, and you can get it right away with my friends and family members to be able to get the chance to win a free kick from my house and the rest of the year before the end of the day.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sending it to Matt because that's the text that I had open.
I want to do one.
Because he had already sent one back to me and said, I said, hey, call the hotline. We want to hear your Vernon impression. He said, I can try and get him on the line. How about that? And then I said, the fact that you were so cute and fun to play with. I got to see what his response is. Because he and I send BS stuff back and forth anyway. So, but you can go through and have these bizarre, lengthy sentences from just whatever the iPhone will offer up to
People
you.
are doing it to us now on our text board.
What's that?
People are doing it to us now on our text board.
Okay, so here we go. I am not a fan, and I don't have to go out to be the same time as well be in a while. And then I was a good one for you to know that the government, too. Matt has called in.
Oh, good.
Matt O'Donnell. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
Great. How are you?
Good. Hey, did you get that message I just sent you?
I got two, and I don't know if the second one was for me.
It was.
I was using, how on your text messaging, sometimes random words that it anticipates you will use come up, and I just did a string of those all together, and that's what I ended up with, so I sent that to you. So I wrote the fact that you were so cute and fun to play with me. Now, that part I meant.
Yeah, that's true. Anyone knows
But the
that.
rest of it was gibberish. Kath, you had a shout out you wanted to do.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I just wanted to say hi, but whatever. I want to say hi to Chicken Bob at Citizens.
Chicken Bob. Chicken Bob.
Chicken Bob at Citizens Bank Park.
I thought you said Chicken Bob.
The world doesn't understand me.
Two separate guys. Two guys, Chick and Bob. They worked at Citizens Bank Park in the suite that we were in last night.
Chicken Bob.
I went to the Phillies. I went to the Phillies game and met them, and I told them they could have their own radio show.
Yeah.
Chicken Bob.
Chicken Bob.
Chicken Bob.
I thought it was like one of the lesser characters from Roots.
I thought it was
Chicken
like
George,
that was
Chicken
Bob,
George.
just Chicken Zach, and Chicken Lulin.
I thought it was like the pistachio girl.
Yeah.
Like Chicken Bob, pistachio girl.
You want nuggets? You tell him Chicken Bob. He's the guy.
This is why I wanted to say hi to them, because I knew you'd do this.
Chicken Bob.
No, they.
Chicken
Bob! Nick, they ran the suite that we were in last night.
Oh, sweet, huh?
So, yeah, it was.
Oh, privilege.
And
Not everyone can talk to Chicken Bob.
That's exactly what everyone said when I tweeted out the picture from the suite. Not everybody goes to the Phillies games and sits in a suite. Privileged.
Chick and Bob.
Chick and Bob.
Next
Yeah.
time, say Bob
Privilege.
and Chick.
Not everyone can know two people.
Ladies and gentlemen from 6 ABC, Mr. David Murphy is here.
That's the last bit of applause I'm going to get today. Thank you today. I was in something called Holy Moses with Dudley Moore.
Dude, wait a minute. That's one of Steve and I's favorite movies.
No way.
I swear to God.
Absolutely.
Do you remember the scene on the bus in the beginning?
Yes.
Yeah. And there's a kid with big hair who stands up with a tree and says, I'm planting this tree. That was me.
All right.
In honor of my mother and father. Dude, I totally remember that.
Jesus Christ.
And wait, his name was Edgar.
I don't remember that. You remember more about this than me.
Because Dudley Moore goes, no way, Edgar. I remember that movie back and forth. That was you. I cannot believe that.
Preston, that's...
It very much has
Richard Pryor was in it. John Ritter.
It has a Mel Brooks type of feel
Very
to
much
it.
so. James Coco.
David.
And the guy who directed it was the guy who did those little short movies on Saturday Night Live with the Play-Doh guy.
Mr. Bill.
Yeah,
Mr. Bill.
I'm pretty sure that's where that guy's claim to fame
Steve and I referenced the scene with Dom DeLuise and Dudley Moore. They're both wandering the desert and they bump into each other and they have this awkward. They haven't seen each other in a long time. So how you doing? Nothing's been going on. We love that movie.
Or the scene with Richard Pryor where he goes, the man was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right?
He split the Red Sea in half.
This is it's an out-of-body experience for me because that was how many years ago? And you were the first two people who have ever said anything
I have it.
about
I have
this
a copy of it. Either a DVD or Blu-ray. And see if you can dig up that scene. It's Holy Moses, Dudley Moore, and Lorraine Newman.
Yes, Lorraine Newman from Saturday Night Live.
She was the female lead in that.
I have to say I was not particularly good in that scene.
You were pretty damn good. I remember that scene. What else?
I interviewed for a lot of different stuff, but loving couples.
Oh my God!
Oh no!
We found it.
That's you. Look at the hair. Yeah, that's me.
Oh my God! Marissa has the audio. Here we go. All right, you ready?
I'm Arthur Burns from Miami Beach, Florida, and I've come to plant this fig tree in honor of my grandmother and grandfather.
Now there is a fine young man.
Arthur, not Edgar.
Arthur,
I was close.
Nice.
So in the credits, you'll see guy with tree.
Guy with tree.
Wow, David.
Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
Success. That's the keyword. Now, let me spell it for you. Those who don't spell success that often. There's two C's in there. S-U-C-C-E-S-S. All right? S-U-C-C-E-S-S.
That's the way we spell success.
You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do it. You can text to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com, and one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Horizon Services. And let me give you that word one more time. Success. SUCCESS. That's the way we spell success. Good luck to you. And let's have a final look at traffic this morning. Kathy, what's going on?
All right, so we have an issue on the Schuylkill Expressway. Eastbound.
To a concert announcement coming up in music news. We have a guest standing by. What are we doing first here?
I would go to the guest first because
Okay.
we've been making her wait for a half hour.
All right, and then we'll go to the bizarre file. So this weekend, in fact, Saturday is the 16th annual Mutt Strut that is taking place.
Always a blast.
And we are happy to welcome, as always, the executive director of Pause. This is Melissa Lee. Hi there,
Hey,
Melissa.
everybody.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, so we got our 16th annual event. This is in full force happening. Steve, you're going to be there this weekend.
I'm going to be there, yes.
Yeah. All right, now I'm going to get to this right away. The weather's not looking great.
Yeah.
What do you guys have planned as far as that is concerned?
So the weather's not looking great. We are watching it like a hawk, as you can imagine. Our rain date is Sunday, but we are going to wait until tomorrow morning because the forecast is changing so quickly to just be sure we've got the most reliable information before we decide which way to go.
So you let us know, and then if people want to just assess how things are standing, what's the best site to go to ascertain whether it's on for Saturday or Sunday?
So we will email everyone who has registered, and we will post it on phillypause.org. We'll post it on pausemuttstrut.org, and we'll share it on all of our social channels.
Okay, and to register for people who you can still register, yes, and be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, you can still register. You can still create your fundraising page and win prizes. And regardless of how the event plays out in person, we've got great fundraising prizes that we hope everyone will strive for. But pausemuttstrut.org is where you can do it all.
And it all takes place at the Navy Yard, correct?
It does.
Right,
Yes.
and so it's a great location. Obviously, that makes it a little bit more problematic if it's a monsoon. So, but we've been there for it's inclement, and it was still fine. And what it is, it's just a collection of all things, dog, related, from all sorts of booths and everything of interest, fun stuff. Obstacle courses, and it all culminates with the headline event, Melissa, which is?
Yes, so we do the actual strut is a 1.5 mile walk through the Navy Yard. It's a really fun, path through the Navy Yard, so you can kind of see a little behind the scenes. The mummers kick it off, but yeah, in general, it's a festival atmosphere. It's a celebration of dogs, and the funds enable us to save more animals all year long.
Pause is vigilant in getting this work done and does great work, and this event is the critical event for you guys. And you do some other events throughout the years, but this is the one that raises the funds. And obviously, you're always on a goal to make, Pennsylvania no-kill state. And there are a lot of animals that are in in dire need of this assistance that you provide. So you get to have a great time, and you end up benefiting animals, and so it's a win-win in both counts.
Yep, everybody wins. It's a really fun time. You can come out. There's just so much fun kind of dog watching because it's October. Everybody, lots of folks come out with their dogs in costume. Some people join their dogs being in costume. So we've got a costume contest and a talent contest and food trucks, and there'll be live music. So it's going to be a great time. Whenever Mother Nature allows for it to happen, we will let everybody know, and really hope everybody comes out and just joins the celebration. Because the funds that we raise really do translate into lives that we can save.
Fundraising done by individuals and teams, and I would like to come out just to meet the team called the Fishtown Bitches, who I saw one of the top fundraisers here on the website.
Yes,
so.
they are new to us this year, and I think they'll be making a splash.
Nice. All right, so just keep that in mind. The event is scheduled for Saturday. Melissa and company are keeping an eye on things. Rain date for Sunday. Hopefully the weather's going to be a little bit better then. In case not, we'll just stay in touch and find out what's going on. But everything is available at phillypaws.org if you want to register, if you want to find out the information. It's all right there.
You got it.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Good luck with everything. All right, we appreciate you
so
checking.
much.
You got it, Melissa Levy and the Mutt Strut. I know we have our big 5K for A Mother's Wish for Crohn's and colitis Saturday as well, and I don't know, man. We'll have to wait and see.
The walk a mile, the last time, Preston, that's the risk you run with these kind of things. It was a torrential downpour. You were unable to make it, but you sort of adapt, and you try to keep the cause in mind. If it has to be moved, it'll be moved, but it all works out.
It'll get worked out. All right, we need to do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Jersey Mike's. Planning your game day football feast? Well, Jersey Mike's has got you covered with everything you need for a great party or a tailgate. You can order ahead on the Jersey Mike's app and skip the line. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. A woman said a man she met on a dating app drove her into a river after getting annoyed with her. Police found the victim, who has not yet been identified, crying and still soaking wet near a boat launch in Providence, Rhode Island, early on Sunday morning.
I think a simple "this isn't working out" would suffice, right?
Yeah. She told police that
before you Evel Knievel it.
Her date became angry with her and drove a red Toyota Camry into the nearby Seekonk River.
Seekonk?
Yes, in the Sayadalong Kong River. The woman... That's as they're barreling towards the river. She's going,
I don't understand what you're saying. What did I do? What did I do?
The woman was able to open her passenger door and swim out of the river. The police did not say who owned the Camry. The man can be seen leaving the scene on security camera footage by a nearby business, and he appears to be wearing a black hoodie and jeans.
I'll call you.
The woman said she met her date on the app Plenty of Fish, by the way.
Oh, well, it's appropriate.
Hence the river. Yeah.
It was an actual fish he was dating.
1 month prior to the incident in Providence, a man in Washington State was held hostage and robbed gunpoint when he met a date on Plenty of Fish. Police said the victim, a 30-year-old man, went to meet a 19-year-old woman at her apartment that he met on the app, and when he got to the apartment, the man was held hostage by an accomplice for nearly 3 hours. A robber tried to get the man to transfer $6,000 to him, but the bank transaction was flagged as fraudulent. Both the woman and the would-be robber were eventually caught and arrested by police. They were both charged with kidnapping. Timothy White normally just pretends to be a superhero, but on Monday he became one for real when he dove into the side of a moving vehicle after the driver passed out behind the wheel near Harrisburg's high school. It was around 5:30 p.m., and White, known among friends for his love of comics and dressing up as Captain America for events, had left for work to run to the giant grocery store. He was on the phone with his aunt when he noticed a pickup truck swerving all over the road and headed toward his vehicle. Through the windshield, White said he could see a middle-aged man nodding off behind the wheel. White abruptly ended his phone call, made a U-turn in the middle of the street. He said, immediately, my body was like, I need to go save this guy. But at this point, White was 4 cars behind the truck. He decided to pull over, shift his car and park, and then run after the truck. In loafers, he sprinted more than half a dozen blocks as the truck repeatedly struck the curb and some traffic signs eventually caught up to the truck. He jumped into the passenger side of the cab and forced the truck's gear shift into park, and he took the keys and called 911.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
He is Captain America.
Police confirmed White's account and said an ambulance took the driver to the hospital for treatment for a medical emergency he suffered while driving. White said police suspected the driver was suffering from diabetic shock. And I saw a picture of him in cosplay.
Yeah.
He's got a cool uniform. He's dressed, he's African-American, so he's dressed as the new Captain America.
New Captain America.
Check out that. Isn't that badass?
That's excellent.
Yeah, so...
By the way, my new Captain America figure should be coming any day now.
Oh, please. Keep us up to date on that. So White said adrenaline took over when he sprung into action, but he would do it again if he had a chance. He also said it's not the first time he's jumped to help someone in need. When he was in high school, White said he kicked in the door of a burning Harrisburg home to make sure that no one was trapped inside. So this guy is really helping out. A Brazilian couple has enraged the internet and reportedly the Brazilian government after a video of them turning a waterfall into a unnatural electric-colored blue on September 25th for a gender reveal party. So this is in Brazil, so they do that stupid crap there, too.
Yeah.
Not just here. The video was reportedly posted for their social media accounts before later being deleted and shows the waterfall rushing Gatorade Frost Blue and a crowd of people celebrating among blue and pink balloons, a giant balloon, and a canister emitting blue smoke.
Well, at least they didn't set a forest on fire.
Yeah, that's true. The unidentified couple reportedly deleted the original video, but has since been uploaded onto multiple social media platforms. The river, identified as the Kiima River, Pay River, I guess not P River.
Yeah.
That's
the Piss River.
Popular tourist destination in Brazil.
It's blue, all right.
And a primary water source for the nearby central west town of Tangara de Serra. The Secretary of State for the Environment of Mato Grosso, released a statement saying that it would be investigating the couple to determine what products were used in the dye and if there's any environmental damage to the event.
It was powdered asbestos.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. So it's completely harmless.
Yeah, they're okay. All right, and then we will do one more story and wrap it up. Let's end with this one. Leslie Marsh of Utah filed for divorce from her husband, but he wanted to keep a memento of their marriage. It was a book filled with boudoir photos and intimate messages. So there's naked pictures of her here.
Yeah.
The Utah judge, Michael Edwards, ordered Marsh to give the album to a third party to edit the images.
Come on.
The edited version of the book will then be given to the ex-husband.
Oh, yeah.
When Marsh heard the ruling, she called the judge's clerk confused. She said, the judge has ordered me to give nude photos of my body to a third party, and I don't know without my consent.
Yeah, it's insane.
Once this is over, Marsh says that she will hold a burning party to destroy the original book. So there you go. That is what I have.
Why don't you let me have the book for the weekend?
Just to make sure.
Just to make sure.
Yeah. All right, and that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, now you're out of time. If you enter the word, good luck to you. I might win. If not, sorry. Next time, though, is at noon, so it is coming up. By the way, Casey's Big Adventure Daily Rush video number 5 is out, day 5. And the description says they did it. 2,405 miles and 99 hours of travel. 99 hours of travel. Wow.
That's a lot.
Casey, Jackie, and Kyle made it to the Pacific Ocean. And you can be the first to see the newest Daily Rush by subscribing to our YouTube channel. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. When we come back, we will ask a lesson question of you. We'll get the trash. And in music news, we'll have a concert announcement.
Yes.
Announcement.
One of them there concert announcements.
Announcements.
Matter of fact, I might do it over there at the picture show.
And you know what I would like to do as well is give away some gift cards for a place where Casey is going to be tonight. Saloon 151 Whiskey Bar and Grill. And they're in Westchester. They're at 151 Gay Street, which is why they're Saloon 151 Whiskey Bar and Grill. Casey will be there tonight from 7 to 9. It is with the Thursday night Bud Light kickoff. And I'll take callers 15 and 16 and give you $25 gift cards to head to Saloon 151. They're back-to-back. It's a back-to-back Westchester. Let me try this again. Chester County Chili Cook-Off winner. and they're getting ready to three-peat at next week's big event.
Oh,
so
they clearly know what they're doing.
You got to have the chili.
Yes, I do.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on the
You know what I hate?
Shane Jr.
You know.
Right.
Do you know what I can't stand about Sean Connery in
His
some
eat
movies?
talking.
Is when he eats.
Yeah, it was on last night. Did you see it?
No.
So he's sitting over a Hunt for Red October.
Yeah.
Sitting at the table.
I'll give our chances 1 in 3.
Yeah. By the way, this is good tapas. These hot pockets are very good. Russian hot pockets.
Yeah.
Hot pockets.
Yeah. Hot pockets.
When you want big meal without big deal, what do you do? Hot pockets. Yes, good. I burn the roof of my mouth. That's why I say Junior. Hurts to say Junior.
Do you have a flap of skin?
Yeah, it's hanging down like a flesh carpet.
Oh. Angelina Jolie is taking on a new role as a visiting professor at the prestigious London School of Economics.
That's where Mick Jagger went.
The actress and he was a student there?
Yeah, before he was in the Rolling Stones.
I don't like this. This is boring.
He wasn't a very good student.
Why is I enroll in this? I want to sing with Lisa Fisher.
I see, Mick sitting there with his hand raised, and teacher calls upon him.
Can I have the bathroom pass? Thought you had the answer, Mr. Jagger. I have to go pay.
It's boring.
This is boring.
Lisa Thomas-Laurie from 6ABC has retired. She's been there since 1978.
Casey, did you watch the 12 o'clock noon news on 6ABC, like especially during the summer and stuff?
No, but in my house, it was always, we had a little black and white TV in the kitchen, and that was on when we would eat dinner.
Yeah.
And then, like, Tic-Tac-Toe would come on.
With the Wink Martindale.
Tic-Tac-Toe, yeah.
But they would have the...
Wait. That's the theme song?
Yes.
Wasn't it like that?
To the news?
Yeah, no. Yeah, it was Jim Gardner sitting on.
I'm sorry we couldn't afford a musical package to intro the show.
But it was awesome.
Keep doing that.
Miss Justin, we're at war.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Hold on. You'll hear that part coming up.
You know what they use?
Good luck in retirement, Lisa
What was
Thomas-Laurie.
supposed to be a nice tribute to Lisa Thomas-Laurie.
This is a nice tribute.
Well, she's going to get
Turned
a
into
21 salute.
Yeah, it turned into 2 grown men playing with their lips.
Well, listen, better that than women.
I want to talk about Lisa Thomas-Laurie and her retirement, but I also want to see the stupidest sound that you can make with your mouth.
Oh, my God.
All right, hang on a second. I got to...
Say something nice about Lisa Thomas-Laurie.
Lisa Thomas-Laurie, she's, like a second mother.
Okay.
Yeah. To me.
That's pretty thorough.
All right.
That's big.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
It's pretty good, right?
You faked it.
Yeah.
You got Kathy.
I see his face. It's so stupid. I'm not laughing.
All right, I'll do it again.
For someone who's given this an F, you seem to be enjoying.
I hope there was a camera on you at that point. Pretty good.
There's so many stories we could talk about.
All right, can we...
All at the same time?
All at the same time?
All right. 2, 3, 4.
I don't have a noise.
Try to make a noise.
Don't worry if it's not good enough.
All right, hang on.
This is all your idea anyway.
Kathy, you know what? If we could all maybe do the Tic-Tac-Toe theme song together, you could be the...
Right. No. It's got to be with the face. She slaps herself in the face.
Can you do Chewbacca?
No.
Try Chewbacca.
Is there not one sound you could do that's kind of goofy or fun?
Try it.
I'm not really all that fun.
Do a Harry Callis impression.
I can't do Chewbacca. Give me something else.
How about R2-D2?
Yeah.
I don't. What is that?
He whistles.
He whistles. I can whistle. How about I whistle?
Okay, let's hear you whistle.
Do it.
Oh no, I want to do it with everybody.
All right.
2, 3, 4. That's
beautiful.
Thank you very much.
That'll be for
Lisa
sale
Thomas
on
Laurie, we love you.
The Rock Shop.
Hey, I want to go back to this thing that Mike Jarek brought up when we were on Fox. It was a list. It's from ThrillList.com. And they made a list of the most angry American cities and ranked them. And it's clickbait type stuff, you know. I mean,
what they did is as with any of these lists, they make Philadelphia the worst, and then they go backwards.
Do you think we come out angry? I don't. I think that we allow ourselves to get angry because we have stupid ass lists like this.
You know what I'm doing? I'm looking through this list, and I'll explain this way. I'm looking at a lot of these. I have 11 cities on here, and I think that what we don't have in common with most of these cities is being kind of a trip destination.
Yes.
Philadelphia is not one that a lot of people think of. We should go to Philadelphia.
We've got the Delaware River and the Schuylkill.
You know, I mean,
and the Delaware River.
The city that loves you back. It was the campaign
that loves
for a
you
while.
all over your back.
Yes.
And wiped it off.
That would work. The city that loves you all over your back.
Here's a towel.
Yeah, and here's a warm, wet towel.
And you guys just ruined it.
What?
Just stay right here. We'll go get a towel.
Find another city that gets you a warm, wet towel.
Get your towel from another goddamn city.
Right.
We just love you all over your back. Now get out.
Yeah, I'm tired of you guys talking bad about the city. I'm out.
Ah,
right,
really?
see ya.
No, I think Philly's great. And actually, didn't Philly get voted like one of the top destinations to travel to in the world last year?
Yes, you know what? It did. There was another list that said Philadelphia's great.
Really? Philadelphia's great. I made a boom boom in my PJs.
I think we should come up with a T-shirt, right? It's a smiley face.
Right.
And the word Philadelphia is the smile, right? So then people associate the word Philadelphia with happiness. What do you think?
I like it. I usually hate your ideas.
You like this one?
Yeah, I kind of like it. I think we could do a T-shirt like that.
I like the city that loves you all over your back.
Well, that too.
That'll be written on the back.
You know what the deal is? The mental image that the outsider gets is, I kid you not, like, you know, rundown buildings and
Thanks, Rocky.
abandoned cars and stuff. You know what?
Yeah,
Steve, that's a big part of it.
Throwing fruit to you in the Italian district,
right? That's a big part of it. I mean, a lot
sleeping on a piss-stained mattress,
hey,
drinking 6 eggs for breakfast. Having
smacking meat around,
toothless Mickey running down the stairs.
But Preston, you love touching meat, right? Probably started with Rocky. Right?
Yeah. Yes, it was my entree into self-pleasure. I didn't even realize that.
No.
I don't know.
Wait, what do you want me to do with this meat? No, Rock, I meant to hit it. Oh, sorry, I was pleasuring myself. All right, I'm going back on the button.
I don't like the angry town because it's a lot like this. Preston, and Steve and everybody, if you've ever been in a fight with your spouse and like you haven't quite lost your crap yet, and that person then tells you to relax, and you're like, oh, I'm not. Don't tell me to relax because I haven't even lost my stuff yet. You know what I mean? Like,
sort of.
You don't know? Like, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
What I think is that it's time for therapy.
Like, you calling me angry? I'm not angry. Now I'm angry. You made me angry.
Is there something you want to tell us?
I just think of it as kind of sad.
Yeah.
You know? Maybe
well,
sad
that's what
and
I was
angry.
saying. Like, depressed kind of, for some reason, equals angry to me in my book. I don't know why.
All right, and then number one is Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Angriest city in America. But it's another list. You know, whatever, man. You know,
F off.
Yeah. But I saw a few things. I know we did a junk drawer yesterday, but
really?
I don't know if I should notice these things.
Yeah,
or
notice them.
Okay, I will notice these.
Preston Elliott, the noticer.
I mean, it's really the same thing.
Shut up.
Kathy Romano needs to shut her pie hole.
I was just playing the Bill character.
Oh. Then I retract that. That was spot on, Kathy Romano.
You're not speaking the right way, though.
Oh, that's right.
Look.
You threw me off.
It's kind of the same thing, Preston.
There you go.
Just
More
call
like
it something different.
Kudos, Kathy Romano.
Dude, Bill saw Kathy in the kitchen yesterday, and I was down the hall, and he just greeted her with the voice.
I know. He has no idea. He has no idea.
He did it to me. Now listen, he doesn't speak like that all the time.
No.
But I was so Mondays and Wednesdays we have a meeting, okay? And a lot of times I'm the first person in the conference room for the meeting because I eat my lunch in there. So I'll go downstairs, I'll get my lunch, I go to the conference room about 5 minutes early, and I'll sit down and eat. So I'm eating, and Bill was the first one to come in besides me.
And how does he come in?
Well, he throws his stuff on the table first of all, like this.
Yeah.
He goes, Preston Elliott. And I go, hey, Bill, how you doing? Because I don't want to let him know when he's doing it because I want him to keep doing it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing. He gets mad at us so like I did it to him last week, and he's like, "What? Can't you just say hi normal?" So, but it's so hard to because you know that's how he's going to greet you, so it's hard to not.
I love
Bill,
it.
Kathy,
hello?
he is. I'm trying to meter his reaction to the fact that now the privilege is a runaway. The listeners
WMMR. I wonder if you know the answer to that. Call and we'll find out. We'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One Love. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen wrote out Hurricane Ian in separate homes as the two are reportedly now living apart, dealing with marital issues. Amazingly, one of Bundchen's big issues with Brady is that he, quote, never wants to spend natural disasters together.
Oh, my God.
Mel C. Preston, a.k.a. Sporty Spice, revealing she was almost kicked out of the group in the early days. Mel says she's not a fan of the name Sporty Spice, but could not sell the other girls on her chosen name, Far More Talented Spice.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Backstreet Boy A.J. McClain claiming to be in the best shape of his life. He lost 32 pounds since February. McClain followed a simple diet where he would skip a meal every time someone forgot he was in the Backstreet Boys.
We're going to try to give some away right now. Correct answer. We're looking for this. Which guy does Nick like to hang out with to drink coffee and Baileys in an alley? And we'll go to Nick, who's on the line. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
All right, Nick, who does Nick like to hang out with and drink coffee and Baileys in the alley with?
Get him, Skeeter.
Skeeter. And we would have accepted Dutch as well. All right, Nick. Going to give you a Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers prize pack, and it includes a soft cooler, t-shirt, koozie, and Raising Cane's gift cards for free combo meals and soft drinks. Raising Cane's is focusing on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Few things to mention in music news, and since I've been teasing through the course of the morning, I thought maybe we'd start with the concert announcement. So let's begin with this. This show is going to be Sunday, March 19th at the Wells Fargo Center, and tickets for the event are going to go on sale Friday, so a week from this Friday, October 7th at 10 a.m. at Wells Fargo Center, Philly. And the band who's going to be coming to town is Muse. Show next week. Our Word of the Week prize the following week. This is really cool. the home and away tickets to the Philly show and a trip for two to see Muse in Vegas. So you get to go here.
Amazing.
And then we send you on a trip to Las Vegas.
Amazing.
Well. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet deal. So that will be coming up next week for the Word of the Week prize. But tickets all this weekend with Muse, and you can get the details at WMMR.com. So we're excited about that. All right, on to other stories. We'll follow up with some info about the Taylor Hawkins tribute in Los Angeles. In fact, Connor, could you come in the studio? Because Connor took the day off yesterday. He flew out to L.A. and went to the show, had great seats, and ended up having a great time. But performers included... We'll get Connor on. Hang on. Included a whole host of people who we mentioned before. Rush, Stuart Copeland, Queen's Taylor. Queen was there.
Yeah.
Joan Jett, Travis Barker, Joe Elliott, and Phil Collins of Def Leppard, Alanis Morissette, Chad Smith, Kesha, Chris Novoselic, Wolfgang Van Halen from the Cars, Elliot Easton, Sebastian Bach, Geezer Butler, Lars Ulrich, Miley Cyrus, Nancy Wilson, Pink, Joe Walsh. Nikki Sixx and Tommy Lee, Taylor Momsen, Jack Black, Dave Chappelle, and more.
I saw Miley Cyrus posted something on Instagram. It was a voicemail that Taylor had left for her saying, yo, I'm not in town right now, but listen, man, I was just listening to Photograph from Def Leppard. And he's like, I totally think that that's a song that you could crush. And so that's why she sang that song on stage.
Oh, man.
With,
She
with Joe.
does a damn good job.
Connor was telling us that story earlier this morning off air. So you went, and the event was long, right?
Yeah, started at 7 o'clock at night, and it went until 1 a.m.
Whoa. Wow.
It's a long haul, man.
And it was nonstop the whole time.
You said there was it seemed like there was less than a minute, like one band would get off.
I swear, because it would, one song would end, and that band would wave, get off, and I would be like, all right, cool, time to grab a beer. Literally not even stepping into the concourse.
Wow.
And next, someone else comes on stage, and you're like, oh, what the hell? I gotta run and get there. It was so fast, but it was quick, it was tight, it was everything you want. And then you realize, you're like, oh, wait, it's only 9:30. You're like, we still got 5 more hours.
Yeah, and you were standing for most of it, right?
I stood for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Bad knees, flat feet, and I was like, this is gonna suck. But didn't bother me all the time. Maybe it was adrenaline or just something. But
so to start the show, the first performance, and we played audio of it yesterday, was Violet Grohl singing Hallelujah. Did Dave come out and address the crowd first?
No. So it was just kind of, lights kind of went down. Her and Lane Johannes, who's a guitarist that works with those guys and Queens of the Stone Age and all that stuff, they came out. They started to perform. They came off stage. Then all the Foo Fighters came out, as they did in Wembley, and they dressed everything like it's a night of celebration, singing, dancing, Taylor's favorite songs, favorite artists, friends, all this stuff.
So the song selection, as Preston was guessing earlier, was all based on, it wasn't just random. There's things that had a real direct connection to Taylor himself.
Yes.
Okay.
And then from there, Dave introduced Joan Jett. She came out, and then also said Travis Barker's coming out. Played 2 songs. Joan had a nice little tribute to Taylor, and then literally 2 songs came off. Next person came on.
Chevy Metal was after that,
and it was
one right after another. I don't think I've ever seen a show. Think of how there's always a wait, especially if you do a festival show or something like that. There's a turnover, but you're saying just literally minutes between. Yes. Wow.
Yeah. So his cover band Chevy Metal did Owner of a Lonely Heart from Yes.
Oh, that's a great song.
They did Heroes from David Bowie. They did Riff Raff from AC/DC, and I'm sure they chose these because for whatever reason Taylor loved those songs.
So John Davison of Yes or Phil Ganford or whatever was friends with Taylor. Came out, did that song with Chevy Metal. Kesha came out for Heroes. Had a wardrobe malfunction during it and stuff.
Yes, her rack was exposed, right?
Yeah, so she was wearing this long silver shiny cape. It almost looked like pieces of tile.
Right, yeah.
Was her skirt, and it was silver. And then she had just a silver bikini top. And then just looking, it looked shifted. And then you're just looking at the screen and just watching her, and she's very kind of artsy and kind of weird, the way she's dancing. And then I'm like, oh, that looks like a star. And I'm like, is that her boob? And then like literally, and then next thing you know, she like turns around and then the thing just like drops. And she just kind of like looks down, but like continues to sing like, what the hell?
Oh, man.
And then when she was done, she's like, Taylor would have enjoyed.
Yeah, he would have
liked that.
So, let me mention some other songs that were played. And I'll just kind of have to go through the entire set. But the James Gang did "Walk Away" and "Funk 49."
Yeah, Walk Away.
Wolfgang Van Halen did "Panama" and "Hot for Teacher." And there also John Freese and Justin Hawkins and Dave Grohl joined him. So Dave was jumping up from time to time playing drums.
Almost every person that was out there, Dave or the Foo Fighters joined them.
Okay.
For something. But
That's
he played
cool.
bass for the Van Halen stuff.
So Def Leppard did Rock of Ages. They did Photograph with Miley Cyrus singing that, like you said. Nikki Sixx, Tommy Lee, and others got up and did Live Wire and Home Sweet Home. Elliot Easton from the Cars was joined by the Foo Fighters and Josh Homme, and they did Shake It Up and Just What I Needed. A couple of cool Cars tunes.
Yeah.
Nancy Wilson was with Pink and Foo Fighters and did Barracuda. Is that pretty cool?
Killed it.
Yeah.
Pink just killed it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely destroyed that. She came out for a few other songs as well and just murdered it.
That's awesome.
That's cool to hear.
Love it.
Stuart Copeland got up and played Next to You, and Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Foo Fighters joined him for that. Alanis Morissette, she came out and just did one song, right?
One song.
Yeah, she did You Ought to Know.
And like the place went wild. Everyone was singing along. It was very loud at that point. It sounded great. But it was like, I wanted one more song.
Yeah.
Like some people are doing 2 or 3 songs, and it's like, it was real quick. They're like, all right, Alanis. She came out, started singing, jamming, and then was done, and then just walked off, and that was it. And it's like, oh, all right, another minute, and then someone else will come on. But
Alanis looks good.
Vocally, was she hitting it?
Yeah. I loved it. So.
All right.
Did Alanis appear a little curvier?
She looks buxom.
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah. She's, to me, I always considered her kind of wafered.
Then you had Geezer Butler, Sebastian Bach, Lars.
Wait, Sebastian Bach?
Yeah. They did Supernaut from Black Sabbath and Paranoid from Black Sabbath. And then Rush came out. So you had Alex and Geddy.
Yeah.
And they played with a roster of drummers, it says here. Dave Grohl played 2112, The Overture. Chad Smith came in and played Workin' Man with them. And then Danny Carey of Tool, you got to get a badass drummer to play YYZ.
That's awesome.
So that had to have been pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, seeing Rush 3 times.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool to see something like that.
Yeah. Matt Cameron, Kim Thale, Chris Novoselic, Taylor Momsen, Pat Smear, Dave Grohl all got out and did a Soundgarden tribute.
Amazing.
The Day I Tried to Live and Black Hole Sun. How was Taylor?
Great. I mean, vocally, she killed it. And I know with her past with Chris Cornell, that was definitely emotional. And
sure.
I mean, I just love that whole like 90s grunge. So having all those guys together was just, I thought was really cool. And having them just do that. And I mean, there was not a bad performance there.
It doesn't sound like it. And it sounds like everything was, curated to an optimum condition.
I think Matt Cameron played on Taylor's kit, if I read that correctly. And
a bunch of people did.
Okay, yeah.
Then you had Queen come out with Foo Fighters. So
suck it on a chili dog.
And they did suck it on a chili dog.
did?
But that's
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah.
Sucking on a chili dog.
no. They had a pretty chunky set. So they did "We Will Rock You," "I'm in Love with My Car," "Under Pressure," "Somebody to Love," and "Love of My Life." So Pink sang "Somebody to Love."
Yeah.
Oh, I bet that was badass.
I mean, it was just one of those like, I know she's a great artist and a great singer, but I've never seen her.
Yeah.
And I never had like the want to see her. But
Yeah.
now it's like, I kind of want to go see her. Like after this, it made me appreciate her more and just like, I got to go see her. If she's like killing these songs, just knowing what she does in her shows with the acrobatics and stuff.
Right, yeah.
You gotta
No,
see
she's
that.
super talented. There's no two ways about it.
And then Foo Fighters got up and they did the final set. So they did "All My Life," "The Pretender," which Pink sang, "Walk" with Travis Barker, played drums, "Low" with Matt Cameron playing drums, "This Is a Call," Brad Wilk played drums, "The Sky's the Neighborhood," Pat Wilson played on that, "Creep" when we listen to the audio, there's Dave Chappelle saying that.
Yeah, that was a cool surprise. Dave is a comedian, not a singer.
Yes.
But it was a nice surprise to see him come out for that and do that. And
Sounded like he did okay.
yeah, I mean, again, he's a comedian. He's not a singer. But it's pretty cool because he's not doing that live in any of his shows. So.
Right. So every time they had a singer come out, like so when Pink did Pretender, I guess that's when Dave went behind the kit?
No,
I don't know. It doesn't say.
He didn't go behind the kit at all for
Foo
Fighters. No.
Okay. Then you had they did Run. This great drummer named Omar Hakim played. Best of You. Rufus Taylor played. My Hero. Shane Hawkins on that. Who is of course his son.
Yeah.
And Shane played on 2 songs, so we saw him play My Hero in the England show in tribute, and he was great.
Yeah.
It was pretty awesome.
Just as much emotion, and he also brought so much energy into it. I remember, like you said, you just saw him just banging away at the
hitting
drums
hard.
And then he went into I'll Stick Around, and with that, I wasn't expecting. I thought it was just going to be the same thing as London, My Hero, and then move on. But he went right into it, and I'm like, oh, all right, because just the energy and the speed. I mean, I think that might have been the highlight.
I wonder if he ends up in the long run
in the band.
Being the band, yeah.
Maybe. And then they ended with Everlong, and Chad Smith and came and played that. Did they do? Did they start off quietly on that song and then break into it, or did they just dive right into it?
It was kind of like we got one more, like this one's for Taylor.
Yeah.
Got into it, but watching Chad Smith come out, because he was so close with them, you saw him. He got up behind. And he started like wiping his eyes and getting down. I was like, oh, stop, just start playing.
Yeah. No kidding. Wow. Well, these will be. I mean, there is going to be.
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, I still want to see the first one.
Like there were a lot of cameras.
Okay.
A couple boom cameras that were like swinging over the crowd and stuff. So
there's no way you would not
definitely
give this the full treatment.
All right, our man on the street, Connor Betts. Thank you very much.
Thanks for letting me go.
No problem. He's also known as Moose.
Yes.
If you did not know that, so yeah, we don't want to forget.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
And then one last story. We shared this in entertainment news earlier, and this is terrible, and not necessarily our format, but rapper Coolio died.
Yeah.
Yesterday in Los Angeles, and he was 59 years old. He was found dead while he was in the bathroom at a friend's house. The rapper, whose legal name is Artist Leon Ivy Jr., was visiting a friend late Wednesday afternoon, went to the bathroom. After staying inside for an extended period of time, the friend went inside and found him on the floor. The friend reported the call to EMTs, who arrived, and they pronounced him dead on the scene. What they suspect is a cardiac arrest. They didn't find any drugs or anything that looked like it was foul play. An official cause of death has not been stated yet. That's terrible. He was a Grammy winner. Best known for this song, Gangsta's Paradise, which topped the U.S. charts that year in 1995 and remains one of the best-selling singles of all time.
It was nominated for an Oscar, too, for Dangerous Minds, right?
Was it for music?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It was the song for the movie.
Yeah, maybe. All right, so sad news there. All right, and this is cool. Marissa just handed this to me. Jackie Bam Bam is debuting new music from Bruce Springsteen this morning. He's doing a covers album of some soul music that he has always loved.
Yeah, I sent you over the teaser video.
Yeah.
And that kind of I think that gives a good idea of what you're going to be dealing with on this album.
So the song is called Do I Love You? Indeed I Do. So,
we have him counting off. This is just the beginning of the song, him counting off the beginning of the song.
Hey, kids! It's time for counting with Bruce Springsteen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll get back. We'll wrap it up. Letter of the day, word of the week prize when we return as well. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Fake Bill Weston faces on. It was great.
I saw him last night at the Rodney Byrd Leukemia and Lymphoma Society
charity,
and he was like, "I heard you were making fun of me this morning," because he didn't hear it, but we were sort of making fun of the way he laughs at meetings sometimes.
Yes.
When he slams his hands down.
Yeah.
And he wasn't aware that he does that, but it's not like he can even help it now that he is aware of it.
Well, the good thing is he has a very sick sense of humor, so he's right in line with what we're doing.
There's the other
his
delivery,
reaction
too, which is, I appreciate that you are giving up a free day on your weekend to come out and promote a charity event.
Yep.
You know, that's the other.
And that's
Bill
sincere.
delivery.
It's all
And that's
sincere.
It is
Yeah.
sincere,
Yeah.
yes.
It's just the many voices of Bill Weston.
He's
Wild Bill.
Just, he's the butt of jokes on 2 floors, by the way.
Because Bill is also the PD for WMGK.
And that's down on the 3rd floor.
I was talking to Jen about it last night.
No.
Jen Posner.
But he's a great boss.
Your symmetry with John DeBella is often very engaging.
It's awesome.
Well, no, but you know what? It's a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
While you're classic rock, MMR is technically more active rock.
I wonder who he's listening to now.
He's just switched over
He's
to
just
DeBella.
sent a resume over to OGL.
Yeah, DeBella's to be done.
Is it to be done? What time is it?
It's a weekend.
9:13. It's Kate Upton's birthday. She's 24 years old today.
I just saw a picture. I follow Whitney Cummings on Instagram, and she's besties with Kate Upton.
Who's Whitney Cummings from?
The comedian.
Okay.
And she snapped a candid picture with Kate Upton. It looks pretty good without makeup.
Is she still dating the
Yes.
Verlander on the Tigers? Yeah.
Still dating him.
They had a sex tape.
They did well. It was
Excuse me?
stills that were pirated off her phone.
I saw video.
Did you see a video?
Yeah,
Send
yeah.
that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see that video.
Sitting on a sex video with Kate Upton.
Yeah.
Video.
I don't even know who you are anymore, man. Remember the days when you used to send us porn regularly?
Yes.
Get out.
What did we do?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I love you guys.
All right.
Preston, we said yes to him years ago, but we can still rescind it.
Yes, we can. All right, we'll give him a week or so to make
All
good.
right, you are on thin ice, Misty.
All right, so
Why'd you get fired?
This isn't a done deal yet.
There it is.
oh my God, is that it?
Yeah, I sent it to you guys. There you go.
That can't be it. No.
How do we know? That's just a Heine
Good
shot.
Lord, this is really graphic.
Okay, Kathy.
It's not that graphic.
On a Friday.
It's not that graphic, though.
Yeah, I mean they're at least a foot away from the
I know.
from the actual action there, Kathy. It can be more graphic than that. All right, take it off. Take it off. Thank you.
Casey's mad.
It's making Kathy horny.
I'm looking for visual cues
There are none.
so I can make sure that it's her.
That's actually her.
I'd
All right.
like to see something bounce.
You need to see you need to see a face, or they need to be holding the newspaper.
The newspaper.
I'd like to see something bounce.
Kathy.
This is really graphic. Just close your eyes.
You know what? I have to point out now, Casey and Marissa just did this commercial for the Mirror Dry.
Yes.
Procedure.
Aesthetics, yeah.
And
Dry pits.
yes, and I can attest. On Saturday night, we went to a wedding reception. Casey said to me ahead of time, before dinner was even served, he goes, Press, I'm gonna get sweaty tonight. I'm gonna dance my ass off. I'm gonna be a silly fool, and I'm gonna have a good time. He just decided ahead of time he was gonna have a good time. I took a picture of him in the height of dancing, throwing his arms up in the air. This is like right before we left, too.
Yeah.
Dry pits.
And that's why I normally don't like to dance at weddings because, first of all, I don't like being dressed up in a suit. Secondly, if I'm going to be dressed up nice in a suit, I don't like to sweat. And if I dance, I sweat.
It was Beth Gardner's birthday, her wedding.
Which happened to coincide with her birthday.
Well, your birthday.
Yeah.
No, but anyway, it was, she used to be in our video department with Nick Murphy. And so we went, and I'm telling you, you want to have a good time, go to a wedding with Casey.
I agree. I had more fun at the wedding because you were there.
Oh,
there was a moment at the wedding where they announced that the ice cream bar was open.
Ooh, an ice cream bar.
By the way,
Casey immediately, ooh,
Yeah.
it's just he comes back with a bowl full of ice cream, and Casey, they were playing a Backstreet Boys song, and apparently Beth and her now husband Tim were huge Backstreet Boys fans, and the whole wedding party is in on it. Casey does not set down his ice cream bowl, which has M&Ms and brownies and all kinds of stuff in it. Casey takes that ice cream bowl out onto the dance floor.
That's right.
And he is dancing and he is eating his ice cream in that Casey way.
There's a woman who's just part of the
I videoed this
group there who just comes up and starts. You were working your wiles on her.
Yeah,
and
she came over. She just kind of was like magnetic. Casey was magnetic. She just worked her way over out of nowhere and started dancing with us. And then the next thing you know, Casey is feeding her ice cream from the spoon.
And she's like,
while dancing.
The spoon goes out, and she's like, oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I put a peanut M&M on there as well. I don't just give away peanut M&Ms all willy-nilly, by the way.
That woman had some nice moves.
She did.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, some guy walked up a minute later and he goes, that was my mom.
It was so hot when we first got there and the cocktail reception was outside.
Yeah.
I went inside and I just hung out in there where it was air conditioned. And slowly but surely people started getting the idea, you're pretty smart here. Not only was I in the air conditioning, but all the hors d'oeuvres had to go past me first in order to go outside. So I got first
You were
dibs.
targeting them like a sniper.
Yeah.
It was a good party. We really, really enjoyed it. So thank you, Beth and Tim, and congratulations. iPhones, they're making Siri smarter.
Yeah, they just rolled out. Tim Cook did. I forget where. It must have been in New York or maybe wherever they had the rollout yesterday. I just was peripherally reading the article, but making Siri more responsive. But for general information and searches, Google understands you far better.
I agree. You turn me on to the Google app, and like I said, I mainly use it for addresses. I need the street address for Rita's Water Ice on in Havertown or wherever. Instead of just bringing up the generic website, which is what Siri does, it will bring up that address. I'm like, okay, that's what I'm looking for. You can get right to
Eagle
it.
Road and all that in Havertown.
What's that?
Eagle Road in Havertown.
Is that where it is? Okay.
Is that where it is? It's on Eagle Road in Havertown?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think that needs a song.
We should have we should have an app called Casey.
K-Siri.
Casey?
Yeah.
Hey, Casey, where's the Rita's Water Ice in Havertown?
Well, Preston, it's on Eagle Road. It's just a couple of doors down from Ikabuchi Formal Wear.
See how informative a Casey app would be?
Mm-hmm.
Casey, what?
Only really works in Delco, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, yeah, but it would be Delco.
A
stuff.
Delco
That's
specific.
Fine.
Yeah.
You know what? In fact, call Casey right now with your questions, and we'll try and say, "Hey, Casey."
Hey, Casey, what's the trashiest part of Delco?
Oh,
damn, dude.
That would be the part where Kathy Romano is.
Yeah, that you left yourself wide open for that. Kathy wants to know where all the trashy people are hanging out.
Let me go to. Hi, Dave. How you doing?
I'm good.
You want to try out the new Casey system?
Casey, find Midgetville.
Wow, that's a tall order. No pun intended.
Midgetville is located on Chester Pike in Ridley Park.
I love the effect. Hang on a second. Let me go to John. Hey, John.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, Casey, what's the word?
I'm sorry, that is not a Delco question.
What is?
And today
we're supposed to do traffic.
Oh, Casey, I thought we were done with traffic.
No, we have one more.
You almost got waved off.
Wow.
Just throwing it in quietly.
Great, man. Shared so many stories and just fun. And he is going to be in our city, in our town, I should say. 'Cause he's technically going to be in Bucks County, but Dana Carvey will be at the Excite Center at Parks Casino on Saturday night.
Great venue.
Yeah.
He doesn't get around here often, Dana Carvey. Take the time and go see him if you can.
Yeah. ParksCasino.com to get your tickets. Also, thank you to Charlie Manuel and his wife Missy were here. He's another great storyteller. Love talking to him.
I loved his Paul McCartney story.
It was amazing. And his impression.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Spot on. Charlie is going to be doing an event. He is signing autographs. He's going to be in Doylestown, another Bucks County location, at the Monkey's Uncle. And that is on Wednesday the 5th, 7 p.m. to 8:30. And they have his new shirt line that's coming out, T-shirts. And there's a charity angle to it that's going to people who have medical debt and helping out with that. And the shirts are his sayings, things, little Charlieisms that have been uttered over the years. So you can check out themonkeysuncle.net for information on that. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com. I'm sure we have info up about that as well. Thank you to Saloon 151 Whiskey Bar and Grill for being here this morning. It is a Bud Light Thursday night kickoff, and Casey will be there in Westchester this evening.
Yes.
From 7 to 9.
I will be there from 7 to 9. I will be celebrating pre-Friday with everybody.
Absolutely.
And thank you to Melissa Levy from Paws, and the Mutt Strut is on Saturday. So that you can get information at phillypaws.org. Not the greatest weather day we're looking at, so it may be postponed. Check the website for information. Jackie Bam Bam is here.
Yes, I am.
Nice
Charlie
to see you,
was
buddy.
here. Yes.
Yeah, Charlie was here.
Is this the microphone he was on?
Yes. It was.
I am so honored.
That's nice. How you doing, buddy?
I am wonderful. I feel like I'm wrapped up in a blanket of warm laundry.
Warm laundry or lingerie?
Laundry.
Oh, okay.
Could be both.
Yeah.
Just ask
What are you
Casey
singing
boy.
here?
Lingerie. Well, let's get the letter of the day from you. Ready?
I'm ready.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter F as in freaky.
I love it.
That's a good word, man. Lots of syllables.
Jackie, no, what sold it was the movement.
Doing a little Steven Tyler on
We are going to give away.
Wait, real quick. Do you like doing Mick or Steven better?
Ooh.
Early Mick, new Mick is like he's in a gymnasium, so I'm into the early 70s Mick, but Tyler, I guess, you know.
Oh,
he wants to be
I thought it
Janis
was Hawking
Joplin,
we were
so,
talking about.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to give away a pair of the best seats in the house and VIP merch package for the Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction show coming up Friday, October 21st, Wells of Fargo Center. And the Celestial Colleagues VIP merch package includes access to the Smashing Pumpkins Lounge, executive merch, and VIP entrance and tickets for the show are on sale now via WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com. So we'll give that away tomorrow, which is a great thing. What do you got on the program? You got some cool stuff coming up today, man.
Yeah, more. There's Pumpkins, Jane's tickets, and you mentioned it is International Coffee Day, and I know it's that day because Pancake is running on Dunkin' with his sneakers. He has Dunkin' sneakers on out there. I'm like, Cake,
that's
I know
awesome.
you have every hat imaginable, but you have Dunkin' sneakers, so we're definitely going to celebrate. We'll get that in. Workforce blocks, you mentioned the big MMR concert event, Muse with Evanescence. We'll do a big block. Get ready for that, our big weekend. Billy Joel, the Stranger album, came out today in 77. We'll celebrate that. Alice in Chains, also on the docket, gave us Dirt and Black Gives Way to Blue. Like you said, we're going to debut the brand new Bruce. I'm super excited. All the Motown classics.
This is right in your wheelhouse, man. You love this stuff.
Gamblin' Huff.
Yeah.
He's mentioned in Attempts, the Supremes. He did it during lockdown. He went into his Colt next studio in his house and just ran tape and was worried about his voice, but going back to his roots. And the first single we're getting is called Do I Love You? Indeed I Do. Frank Wilson. From 65. It's so rare if you had the 45. I think it went for like $2,500.
Wow.
That's a lead single.
Do I love you? Indeed I do.
I think that is it.
That's
It's rare,
It's
Steve.
very rare.
Yeah. And of course, I think we have some clips. You heard Moose come back, but Pierre was out there as well from the Taylor Hawkins tribute, and we'll play back some of them.
Excellent.
Okay. Wonderful. All right, thank you, Jackie. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, the grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Squeezed.com. Feel great and lose weight with Squeezed. And by Modia Opioid Use Disorder. If you have opioid use disorder, visit ModiaOUDstudy.com. That's MODIA. OUDstudy.com. Tomorrow, wrapping up the week in fine fashion, one of our favorites, Brad Williams, the comedian, will be here in our studio.
Awesome, yeah.
He's hilarious. And Idina Menzel will be joining us, the
Frozen.
famed actress and stage performer. She and her sister will be on the program, too.
Excellent.
And we'll give away a Word of the Week prize, and we'll do more You Who Loot and a bunch of other things. That's it. We're done. Rage on, and have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.